All right, so we're live. Yes, we're live. So we're cooking live, and I'm gonna set this up on the speaker so whoever's speaking will be seen. All right. So ETM Hotep, this is your brother Wujau Min Ib Edi Ma'at, and today is Wednesday, June 9th, and we are live on the Seshu Mani Metal Netcher YouTube channel. And so tonight I want to reintroduce a series of shows that we did in the past, but I want to reintroduce it and so that we can kind of bring it back to life, breathe life back into it, because I strongly feel that it is definitely that time again to resurrect our series of shows. And I'm referring to the Sebaytdome, and that's what you see on the screen. Welcome to the Sebaytdome, where misinformation and false claims related to ancient Kemet are addressed. All right. So in the past, we had a series of shows where we would specifically pull out information that maybe people will bring to our attention or that one of us may see ourselves. And then we would um, deal with the information and weigh whether it's, accurate, inaccurate, up, down, left, right, et cetera, et cetera. And so things that are not correct or misinformation, we would address it and we would do this. And so I feel this is the time for us to kind of bring that back because there's a lot of misinformation out there. I mean, it's always has been, but certain things about Kemet, though, specifically, they peak it, it kind of peaks its head up and then it goes dormant for a while, then it comes back up. We have this ebb and flow, this rise and rising of the tide, lowering of the tide of this information. And so when it's when it comes up, we catch it and then we kind of address it for the sake of everybody's benefit. All right. So we address it. We don't have any personal thing against any person. It's all about information. And all of our goals should be to deal with accurate information to get to reality. That's it. And so if anybody, I don't care if they're male or female, man or woman, black, white, purple, brown, yellow, or purple, from Earth, from Mars, from the ether, or wherever, it doesn't, none of that stuff matters. It all matters is whether or not the claims are real. And that's it. And so it's nothing personal. Um, and information shouldn't be personalized where people identify with information anyway, because in scholarship, every real scholar, and I don't even like saying real scholar because it's you either a scholar or you're not, but scholars, scientists, and the likes fully understand that you never identify with information because in scholarship and in science, the advancement of knowledge, it's all about picking apart information and pulling it apart, exposing its guts to see if it's real or not, to get closer and closer to reality by a process of elimination. You want to eliminate chance, eliminate errors, eliminate, you know, guesswork, coincidence, and all these other things. That's the process. And so we have to put biases under control, egos under control, so on and so forth. And that's what it's all about. That's part of the process. And so, again, I just want to reiterate it's never personalized or personal when you deal with information. But in a lot of platforms in the so-called conscious community, the opposite is not only does it happen, but it's practically encouraged where people will identify with information to the point where if you address the information, that person feels like you're attacking them and not dealing with the information. And I'm sure everybody who's going to watch this video in the archive and hear me say this, it's true because I'm sure you've witnessed it at some point or another where somebody will get upset and argument and noise and whatnot because you're dealing with information, but a person takes it personally. And like I said, schooling, scholarly background would cultivate your mind and train you not to do that. And so a lot of people who do that, they don't have that background, they don't have that training or that cultivation. So true scientists, real scholars understand, know this, and behave accordingly. All right. And so this is what the Sebaytdome is all about. Now, the name the Sebaytdome is a play on the word Terradome, which is a play on Thunderdome. Terradome is made popular by Public Enemy. Welcome to the Terradome. And they got it from the Thunderdome, Mad Max and the Thunderdome with Tina Turner and Mel Gibson, the old Thunderdome movie. And so that's where the name. So the name is a play on that. And the Sabai, the word Seba or Sebayt is the word for instructions, education, teaching, being a disciple, student, etc. It's all centered around education. And so the Sebaytdome is a dome of education, but done so in a way where we actually address the elephants in the room and misinformation straight up and head on. All right. No chaser, no nothing. All right. Just raw and real. And that's how we like to deal with it. No innuendos, none of that stuff. On going either way, no innuendos, no attack, no nothing personal or anything like that. Just dealing with the information straight up, just like that. All right. So that's a little history on this series. And so we're going to bring this back. And so I'm just explaining it now so that anybody who may see this video in the archive and share this video, share, our channel, and make sure you subscribe to our channel because we're going to be doing this a little bit more now. We're going to bring this back. So we have Divine Words Wednesdays. Today is Wednesday, but we decided to do this. Sabai, welcome to the Sebaytdome Divine Words Wednesdays, which are really presentations, and then Freestyle Fridays where we have interaction and we have fun dealing with the language and the learning process with all of that good stuff. So let me just say this, and then I'll be quiet because I have other people on the panel with me. So also with this series of shows, I'm going to be sharing the link so people could come on the panel and chime in on the conversation because it's definitely a good thing. It's been a lot of benefits come out of interaction and conversation, and we keep it professional. We keep it a certain way where I don't even have to explain it because I'm gonna tell you if anybody comes and brings noise or just some stuff that we just don't do and we're not about, it's gonna stick out like a sore thumb so bad that I don't, we don't have to even say anything. All right. But I just want to kind of lay that out so that everybody will understand, what we do on these series of shows. Okay. So we have 3 distinct series of shows that could pop up anytime. Really, well, we call them Freestyle Fridays. So obviously you expect it on Fridays, but we kind of do a mixture of different things. All right. So I'm just basically outlining that. But tonight I didn't have anything specifically prepared to go in terms of misinformation like we would normally do on such a show. Okay, so I'm basically taking time to just explain the concept and to show it itself. So what I want to do is open the floor up for a topic to come up under the umbrella of this show. Okay, so I'm gonna post a link in the chat, and I got people on the panel already. So I'm gonna be quiet and pass the mic. So you can introduce yourself and start a topic. It's totally up to you.
Hotep, my name is Tamika.
Hotep, Rain E. Imiket, and yeah, welcome.
What's up, family? This is Brother Chris.
All right, Chris must have a different microphone because I didn't hear that. Welcome to KMT Radio. Tonight. All right, so I'm gonna post the link Wow, and I copied the wrong link. Give me 1 second here. So yeah, like I said, so
Can you hear me?
you know, you're all on the panel. You could bring up. So I explained the scope of this series of shows. So we bring up anything within the scope, and we can have at it. I think I probably cut somebody else. Somebody's going to say something. All right, so I posted the link, the panel link. So if you want to come in on the panel and you want to share some information or information you may have heard that you don't know if it's misinformation or accurate or whatever, bring it up because we want to hear it. And if we have an answer, if we have an answer for it or we can address it, we will. If we can't, then we'll, look into it. So that's the link. All right. That's the link. So since nobody's talking, I'm going to bring up something that's a little general,
Oh,
but I'm
I
going to
thought
kick it
Nika
off.
had 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, yeah. If somebody else does, go ahead.
Nope, I'm good. I'm listening.
Okay. All right. So I want to talk about something about civilizations. Okay. So a lot of times in this conscious community, we hear about there's always a battle between priority of civilizations, which one comes before the other, which one's first, and so on and so forth, as if time makes one better than the other. And so let's just dispel that altogether. Just because something comes before something else does not equate to it being better. Okay. So I hope everybody has that understanding because that's the implications or that's what's implied in a lot of arguments that I see when it comes to civilization, which one is first. I mean, that's actually an argument that people make or bring up as if it matters, So I just want to make sure that that's understood, that just because something is first or before something else, if you have two things and one is before the other, that does not make the one that came before the other one better than the other one. So that shouldn't even be part of arguments. We should be able to appreciate a population of people, their civilization, or whatever for what it is. Because, like, for example, so Mika, I'm not going to ask you your age, but obviously you were born at some point. And so you cannot help the moment that you're born. And so everybody that came before you or born before you, by the fact that they're born before you, does not make them better than you. And so that's so common that nobody would even argue that. But when it comes to civilizations, for some reason, it's always an argument about which one came first, as if that's a litmus test for which one's better. So that's just pure noise that people make, and it's wasted time and energy. So just like, and I'm using you, Mika, as an example, if I get to know you, then I can appreciate you for you, regardless of when you were born or who came first, your parents and then their parents, which be your grandparents. So if I get to know you, I can know and appreciate you, the scope of you for you. And so why can't we do that for every civilization? Just get to know the civilization for what it is and what it has to offer and what we could learn from and possibly what we could take from it as a resource and use it for today. That right there is the move to make, not to argue about which one comes first or second. Okay, so that's my starting off point number one. And I want that to be very clear, because none of that stuff matters. All right. So number two, because 1 and 2 kind of go together. And then if y'all want to comment or you have something else, then go for it. But I want to make a number 2 point, which goes with number 1. Number 2, civilizations do not pop up out the clear blue sky. They do not pop up like somebody flicked a light switch. Okay. Civilizations only seem like they have a birth, a definitive birth, and by a definitive birth, like you pop up, like if a baby's born, then we have a moment in time when that birth occurred. And so civilizations appear to do the same thing only because of how we label them. So a civilization, for a civilization to be identified as a civilization prior to us, creating that defined identity for it, it had to be gestated. It had to go through a process of gestation. So every civilization was born from the people that gestated it to bring it about in the first place. So obviously the civilization, whatever name, let's just say civilization X. Civilization X was born out of people that existed prior to civilization X for obvious reasons, because civilizations do not pop up out the sky and just fall on the earth. They go through gestation. They're born through a slow process. They're not just snap, crackle, pop. So to argue even that, and that's why I said it ties into my first point about what comes first, as if that's an argument. Now, if we're just cataloging chronology, then yes, you want to say, okay, this happened before this, and that happened before that, and that happened before this, and we have 4 things, and we could put them in order, chronological order. That's fine. You're logging it, and you're documenting chronology. But then to go and argue something is better than the other because of that, that is silly and makes absolutely no sense, and there's a bunch of noise. All right, so those are my first 2 points I want to raise for the discussion, because nobody else is talking, so I'm bringing that up. And if anybody got a comment on those 2 things, or bring something to the table that we could talk about. So the floor is open.
Yeah. So from what I get, that kind of works like evolution, I guess. It's like there's, it's not like where there's a point where something is not something and then it becomes something, but it's a process of, change, undergoing change and all that kind of stuff. But I wanted to bring up another thing that I think maybe it would be good to discuss is how we produce sources. Because sometimes you hear people talk about things like somebody wants to validate a point. And then instead of actually analyzing that point itself, scholarly, they'll probably say something like, so-and-so says this, so so-and-so agrees with me. And that they use that to make something valid. Like, so my point is valid, and they don't even demonstrate. Just because so-and-so says, that means that, I'm right and they're right, because I agree with them.
Okay, yeah. So what you described is basically a logical fallacy called appeal to authority. Just because somebody says something, they must be right. Somebody who's seen as an authority on a particular subject, just because they say it and they are an authority, they must be right. That is a classic logical fallacy called appeal to authority. And so we did a show about appealing to authority versus deferring to authority, which is not a logical fallacy. We all have to at some point defer to experts, or people who are authorities on certain matters. We do it all the time, and that's deferring to them. But where the logical fallacy comes into play is if you make an argument and your argument must be right because somebody in authority said so, or says what you say, or supports your claim. That's the logical fallacy. Because it doesn't matter who you are, what education you've had or are getting. None of that automatically by default makes you all wise, right, and exact. Everybody can make a mistake and everybody can possibly be wrong. And so the fact that you say something in and of itself will never make it true just based on the fact that you said it. And every scientist and every scholar knows and understands this. This is why we avoid logical fallacies, especially that one. Appealing to authority doesn't matter. Don't care who said it. Demonstrate it. Demonstrate the truthfulness or support of your claim, or don't make the claim. Or if you make the claim, just understand that your claim is based on nothing. It's a baseless claim. And that's fine as long as that's, as long as it's transparent. Just say so. All right. So that's what that's about. And you can't do that. You shouldn't do that. Because it doesn't advance knowledge. Listen, violating logical fallacies is detrimental to the learning process and the building of knowledge. That's why they're there. That's why they're logical fallacies, and they are to be avoided at all costs. And me, I come from a background of a trained debater. I was on a debating team in college and in high school. And we had to learn and memorize all of the logical fallacies. And so much so that we had to learn to identify them when others would violate it. And then we also had to learn to violate them. So we learn both ends of the stick so that we fully understand them and why and how to avoid them and how to spot them when they occur, and then how to avoid them and deal with them when people violate them. That's part of debating. So anybody who has any training in debating will have to go through that. So, I'm not the only one, obviously, but that's what we've learned.
Can you give I'm sorry. Can you give an example of that? Of what you're saying?
Okay. So, for example, well, I'll give you an example. I'll give you a perfect example. This is an example of violating, appealing to authority. So, the ancient Egyptians are Black, and they named their country after their Black skin, calling it Kemet, meaning the land of the Black people, because Sekhmet the Diop says so. That's a logical fallacy. I'm making a claim, and my claim is right because Sekhmet the Diop said so. I'll give you another one. Straw man logical fallacy. That's probably the most popular. I know we used to rate them, and I think the straw man logical fallacy is probably the most violated logical fallacy. But it was running neck and neck with appealing to authority too, and it was three of them, and I forget what the third one was. But anyway, an example of a straw man logical fallacy is, well, to explain what it is, a straw man logical fallacy is when someone takes your claim and they misconstrue it, and then they argue against the misconstrued version of your claim and not your actual claim. And they do it to appear to be superior and win over your claim, to refute your claim, but they really didn't. They're trying to refute a misconstrued version of your claim. Okay, so that's what a straw man is. So a straw man, logical fallacy, has a history of why it's called straw man and all that other kind of stuff that you all can look up. I'm not going to go into, But that's a classic, to define what a straw man logical fallacy is. And that happens a lot. So people will take your claim and misunderstand it or purposely misconstrue it. In any case, they'll argue against their own misunderstanding of what you're claiming, or they purposely misconstrue it and then they argue against that. And that's a straw man logical fallacy, and that happens a lot. Now, we can give real examples because there's plenty online. You can actually look up logic. You could type up right now logical fallacies, and there's websites dedicated to logical fallacies and identifying them and giving you examples of them and so on and so forth. There's a lot of websites that are dedicated to that.
Would y'all?
Yeah.
It's Kadeem. Got one question about the fallacies. Do you think that special pleading is kind of similar to what they're doing? As so far as straw man fallacies. Do you think that's kind of similar?
Yeah, I mean, there are a little bit of overlapping with the logical fallacies, because a lot of times when people violate one, they violate more than one simultaneously, and there's certain ones that are violated in groups instead of just by itself, and okay. So that's that. So, if that's what you're saying, then yeah, that happens. That definitely happens. But like I said, logical fallacies themselves, like if anybody looks it up, you'll find, you'll find them, all the names of them, examples, and so on and so forth. So, I don't want to just reiterate something that people could actually just find very, very easily, But my point is, I was just saying that's what Emiket was describing. Appealing to authority. And I'm going to reiterate, that's different than deferring to authority. We all do that. And there's no problem with that. Because that's revealed, that's transparent. That is, you're citing and you're deferring to authorities. But when you're arguing and you're saying your argument is correct or your claim is true because so and so said it, that's a logical fallacy. Doesn't matter, because that person could be wrong just like you. Both of y'all could be wrong as two left feet, and just because somebody said it doesn't make it so. And so that's that. I mean, anything else? Because like I said,
what's up with that? So,
hey, Hotep. All right, what's going on?
I gotta all right, because I looked at the I was just looking at a debate, and I know I think Sanjetti's a Kemetic priest, right?
Okay.
And also Jabari. So I'm thinking like the in Egypt, right? They believed in an afterlife, right?
Yeah, but yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna walk with you. Yeah.
No, I mean I'm asking for clarity. I'm not trying to. So okay, yeah. So and did they believe in a sense of a like?
Let me.
Like, what was the overall understanding of like, okay, when you die, then like what was the overall understanding? At least to your knowledge, like when you die.
Okay. Okay, that's why I said yeah the way I said yeah, because the afterlife has taken a life all on its own, the way that people talk about it. But you believe in an afterlife in the same way the Egyptians believe in the afterlife. And I'm gonna tell you, I know that for a fact because it all deals with memory. So the afterlife, the only way that a person can live after they die is in the minds of the living. And so the Egyptians understood that to live after death, the people who are still alive after you die have to remember you to continue your life after death. but we just say afterlife, the afterlife. So that's really, I mean, and I'm just shooting it straight without a bunch of explanation, but that's what it is. The afterlife is simply the remembrance of you. So when we get old and we pass away, we will have an afterlife as long as there's somebody living remembers us. And the only place we'll exist is not physical. We're not going to walk out the tomb or the grave or nothing like that. The Egyptians never believed that either. The only place we'll live after we die is in the mind or minds of people who are living. The moment that nobody who's living remembers you, then you cease to exist, period. Because nobody's going to remember you. You're not a thing.
Yeah, like Martin Luther King, in other words.
Yeah, like Martin Luther King is alive in our minds.
Yeah,
and
I
so
got it.
and so now let me just expound on that. Just give me 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
So here's the thing. The afterlife is never predicated upon good and evil or morals, because you can do something very, very detrimental, like Hitler. Hitler is seen as a bad person. But guess what? Hitler has a very strong afterlife because people remember him and he's in the history books. So afterlife has nothing to do with morals or none of that stuff. Your morals and everything has to do with everything while you're alive. It has nothing to do with death. And that's something that people need to come to understand and change their way of thinking. The Egyptians understanding. That whole judgment scene that people misinterpret and all the afterlife stuff, the duat is translated as the underworld. That's simply behind the consciousness, which is the subconscious. You exist in the subconscious of others after you die if they remember you, because everything takes place in what they call the ib, which is the mind. That's it. That's the afterlife.
So, like, in other words, like with the Akhenaten situation, they was trying to basically end his life by destroying his things and trying to take him out of cultural memory.
Exactly. Bingo. You hit it. And that's and that's why, and this is funny or interesting, because people assume that the Egyptian statues, the noses and things like that, were broken off by later periods and white people who want to hide the African features of these things, when the Egyptians themselves defaced some of those things and erased people's names off of the walls and things like that to remove them, like you said, out of cultural memory. So eventually they would not be remembered. Therefore, they would not have an afterlife.
Okay.
For whatever reason. Now, listen, what I'm saying, I'm being very summary and direct, but everything I'm saying, I can explain it in a long version and back up everything I'm saying. So I'm just putting it out there for people who are listening.
Okay, but so in a judgment scene, when they're weighing everything, it's not necessarily about what you done in the in that life that determines, like, what, like, basically give me the explanation of the scene and like why, you know what I mean, why the judgment scene? What are they looking to justify? Like, oh, you know what I mean, to say I lived a good life and I can show it here, and then this rewards me as such. Like, what would be the reward, in other words?
Okay, so all right, give me 1 second to pull it up while I address what you're asking, because I want to show this while I'm saying it, and I should have it. I use it so much. All right, here we go, right here. All right, so I'm going to share my screen, and I'm gonna lock it on me so people could see what you all are seeing. Give me a second. All right, so spotlight. Okay, so this is the judgment scene. So specifically, this is from the Ra'u Niu Peret Imheru, which is commonly called the Book of the Dead. This particular one is from the Book of Hu Nefer. The more popular one is the Book of the Dead of Ani, but this is probably number 2 in popularity. All right, I like this one better because it's is in better quality. Like, you know, if you actually see that, this is actually a nice facsimile of it. If you've seen it, because I have really big quality pictures of this one. But anyway, so let me get my cursor back over here. So this is a judgment scene that a lot of people are familiar with, where you have the scales and the weighing of the so-called weighing of the heart. Okay, so first, let me just explain a couple of the icons here. The heart, where you see this red arrow, this heart here is not a literal heart, human heart. All right. The heart is not being weighed. The literal heart, the organ, is not being weighed against a feather, because we all know that a heart will always weigh more than a bird's feather. The fact that the heart is lighter than this feather should trigger in everybody's mind that this is not literal. All right. It's not a literal conveyance of anything. The heart represents the word ib, because the word for heart is the word ib in the language. And ib is the mind. It means the mind. And it comes from the root meaning of the essential part of something, the essence of something. And the Egyptians looked at the essence of the human being as being the mind, because everything takes place in the playground of the mind. All of our five senses, what we sense in the external world, is transmitted to the inner world called the mind. All right. So all of our experiences, or what we call experiences, are really executed in the mind. All right. I mean, this is something that psychologists and everybody, you know, talks about today. So it's nothing new, or nothing, you know, odd. But so what's being weighed is the mind. The content of the mind is being weighed. This figure here, where the blue arrow is, this monster, is an amalgamated animal of a crocodile, a lion, and a hippopotamus. So that's another clue that this is not a literal expression. This is definitely not literal, because there's no such thing as a crocodile, half, you know, quarter lion and quarter hippopotamus animal ever in existence. What this animal represents, the name of this animal is Amit or Amamit. And it comes from a word that means to eat, to devour, like to eat up. And what this animal represents, the reality behind this figurative expression of this animal, is really guilt. As simple as that, guilt. And so much so that we use this semantics today. When we do something we know we shouldn't be doing, in our minds, we feel guilty and we say, man, that's eating me up. We use the word eat as an act of eating the mind or eating our conscious. And we say, oh man, that's been eating me up for a while, man. I gotta come clean, man. I gotta tell them the truth. You know, we say stuff like that today. So this animal represents guilt. And so the only way you're gonna feel guilty is by judging yourself. So this entire judgment scene is you judging yourself, or this particular person right here judging themselves. You are your own ultimate judge. Nobody else is going to judge you but you. Why? Because nobody can judge you but you, because you are the only one that knows the content of your own mind. I don't care how telepathic people think they are, or crystal ballish they could get, or using crystals and all that other kind of stuff. Nobody's ever going to be able to know what's in your mind but you. And so you are the only rightful person that can judge yourself accurately. And so the declarations of innocence are a procedural thing while you're alive on a daily basis to fact check, or to keep your behavior and words in check. And so you judge yourself. That's the weighing of the content of your mind. And so you punish yourself, or you reward yourself based on the degree of guilt you feel or not feel, and so on and so forth. So that's why I said the moral aspect of all this stuff is for the living. Nobody who is dead is going to be reading a book, pronouncing any words, or doing any of that stuff. They're dead. So for them to call it the Book of the Dead, there's actually nothing wrong with that because it's a book found where, with dead people. So we understand why they call it the Book of the Dead. But to interpret that as if the book is for the dead person, as if they're going to use it while they're dead, that's insane. And so, that's just a brief thing. I'm just saying. So if you're asking me what's going on here is that this person is judging themselves. All these different deities are actually different aspects of the person. And if I put my arrow here, you're going to see the person's name here. So for example, this is Rani Ib Ni Usir Sesh Nesut Hu Nefer Machiru. That's what this whole column says. And what it's translated to is that this is the utterances, Ra, the utterances of Ib, the heart or the mind, Ni, of the Osiris. So this person, Hu Nefer, right here, being guided by the canine deity Enpu, is Hu Nefer. Hu Nefer's mind, or he's being called an Osiris or Usir, and he's a royal scribe, which is Sesh Nesut, royal scribe, and then his name, Hu Nefer, and then Makeru, which means he is triumphant or he's justified. And so this is his mind that is going to testify. And so it backs up what I'm saying, that it's the mind that's testifying, whatever, all these different things. And then different parts of the body are also placed in the same situation where it will come forth and testify. Why? Because it's part of you. Like these different things, like what your hands have ever touched or where they've ever been is going to tell on you. All your thoughts are going to tell on you. Wherever your feet have been, wherever you walked, wherever you've been, if you've been somewhere where you had no business being, your feet are going to snitch. They're going to snitch on you because your feet knows you. It's part of you. So, just in a nutshell, you're judging yourself. And all these different deities and things are aspects of you. And other things. I'm just being brief. And so what I want to point out, though, is that the deceased person is called Usir. And if I move this thing over, you see ultimately you as Usir is being led to Usir. So we have Usir being led to Usir, the ultimate judge, which is you.
And then if it's not, what the punishment what would the punishment be?
Say it again.
What would the punishment be if it wasn't, if you didn't get the just reading, if it was
okay,
negative.
Right. It's no different than what happens to everybody living today. That this animal, which is the reality, which is a figurative way of pointing, referring to guilt, it will eat you up.
Crocodile.
That guilt will eat you up. And this happens. People feel so guilty. Some people commit suicide because they feel guilty. Some people will be stressed out and get ill and get sick because they feel guilty for doing this, that, and the third. So guilt is the punishment for doing something that you shouldn't have done. And so what should and should not have been done in things is coming from the culture. And this is where you get the feather representing the standard, or this straight and narrow path, or what we call truth, and all the things that people define as ma'at. So for example, I'm gonna give you an example. In Chinese culture is a lot different than American culture, in many aspects, right? And so if a Chinese baby was born in China, raised in China, in the Chinese culture, and all of that stuff is drilled into them, burnt into their being, they have a different moral rod than somebody born and raised in America. So there are Chinese laws outward policies, public laws, and things like that that are connected to the cultural moral, right? And America's is different. So nobody from America would feel the same way or feel the same guilt as somebody in China. So the weighing or this comparison is always rooted in the culture. And we understand this today, and this is why we have what's called diplomatic relationships with other countries, because one country's laws and morals may be different than the other countries, but we have to get along. So there's an understanding. So I can do something fully legal in America, that's legal in America, but if I do it in China, I'll get thrown in jail, or I could get sentenced to death or killed or thrown in jail or whatever. But over here in America, it's perfectly fine. And so I'm saying that to say that this aspect is always anchored into the cultural moral. So we can't cross, like here in the United States, we can't transmit Georgia laws up there in New York, because every state has its own sovereignty in terms of its laws. Just because a law is a law in Georgia doesn't mean it is applicable or has jurisdictional power over in New York. So the same thing happens here. So, to answer your question, though, if you say, you ask me, what is the punishment is rooted in the cultural standards of what to do and what not to do. And only you would know that, because you're part and parcel of that culture. Somebody from China seeing this and dealing with that, they could care less. Or from a different culture or whatever, and care less. That's why it's important. That's why only you could judge yourself. Imagine.
Uja.
Yeah, hold up. Oh, let me take this thing off my screen. Bring it back to everybody. Yeah, but go ahead.
So, hey man. So I'm glad I was right, man. Them damn Egyptians was atheists after all, man. Appreciate that, Woo.
Wait, you about to open a whole nother
It's a
can.
great show right there, yo. Like I'm feeling you. I'm feeling this show, yo. It's good to see that they had actually conquered they believe in brain. Because that's all we do. We conk out. Like, we don't believe we going to heaven. But most people, first of all, humans can't even see their own death. That's first of all. We don't believe we're going to die. Right? And that's why religions are so proper, because they give you a chance to continue to live in the afterlife. We're going to live forever on the right hand. Blah, 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 blah. But those who get to the point to realize, this is a natural thing and that's it, man, they call us atheists, man. Dr. Ben and them, you know what I'm saying? John Jackson, pseudo killers. Like, but I've been saying it for years. The atheists that the just didn't believe. And I had a lot of flack. You just explained it eloquently, yo. Thanks a lot there, Woo. I just like to say, appreciate that, bro.
See, here's the thing, though. I mean, we could double back on the atheists as well, but wait a minute. Let me say this, though. I just want to reiterate what I said, that the afterlife is in the memory of the living. The moment that a dead person, no matter who they are, the moment that a dead person is no longer remembered by anybody who's alive on the planet, then that dead person ceased to exist totally. The only way a dead person can survive after death, after dying, is in the memory of the living. And that is the afterlife. And the Egyptians understood this because they did not see the human being as this one homogeneous thing. The Egyptians broke up the human being into a composite of entities. The Khat is the physical body. The Khaibit is its shadow. The Ka, the Ren, the Sahu, the Ib, the Sekhem, the Ak, and the Ba. And so these different elements that make up the human being had different functions. They never, ever thought that a dead person is going to walk up out the grave or come back to life physically. That was never in the belief. And matter of fact, they have empirical disbelief in that. Why? Because Egypt lasted so long. Like, for example, Ramses II is what dynasty? Can anybody tell me what dynasty is Ramses II?
19.
Right. Ramses is the 19th dynasty, right? From Ramses all the way backwards, one of his ancient admired kings would be Khufu. Ramses and the people in Ramses' time never ever thought Khufu or any of those fifth dynasty kings were going to walk up out the graves. Nobody was looking for them to walk up out the graves. And so from Ramses back to Khufu, that time distance is from Ramses till the end of Kemet's fall. Nobody's expecting anybody to walk up out of those graves ever.
Yeah, but not so much as walking out of the grave. Where's the misconception come from as far as like, existing on a spiritual plane, like in Christianity, to give an example.
Right. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. It's in the memory. Where a dead person lives is in the memory of the living. And
I got that. I'm saying, but there was never, because some people was taking that as a existence in a spiritual plane. You see what I'm saying?
I understand, but they don't understand. They don't. First of all, anybody that believes that their wires are crossed on the way in which ancient civilizations recorded information, because what we call figurative expressions today is slept on. People don't take time to understand it, so they take things literally or they cherry pick. None of that stuff is literal. It's a style. It's a necessary style that ancient people had in order to record data. Because you have to understand that today, when we learn something new and we want to remember it, we write it down or we type it on a computer, save it, and so on and so forth. We have writing. Writing is only 5,000 years old. Prior to that, so listen. So Unc, I can't even see y'all. Wait a minute. So Unc is still here. So Unc, let me ask you a question. How old?
Right here.
Give me the estimated date for the emergence of Homo sapiens sapiens.
350,000 years in Morocco, 250,000 years in South Africa, and 190,000 years in the Omo Valley, Ethiopia.
Okay, so let's just take the betweens. Let's say 200,000, right? So writing did not start until approximately 5,000 years ago. So we got 200,000 years ago, all the way up to 500,000 years ago. Here's the question: How did the human beings that live, how did they learn and store information to be able to pass it on to the next generation to prevent the next generation from starting from scratch every time a new generation popped up, and stuff like that. So to prevent them from having to learn stuff all over again, each generation, they had to be able to transmit knowledge from one generation to the younger one, from the older to the younger ones. And what I'm saying is that they had to invent a technology to do that, but today we call it figurative expressions. But back then it was a necessary survival technique that they had to do to transmit information. Because think about this: who was the first person to eat a strawberry? I mean, I'm just giving an example. Whoever that person was, they had to eat it and they survived, and then everybody after them know that, okay, that's okay to eat. But they don't want everybody experimenting every time they stumble across a strawberry. So they had to transmit that knowledge to prevent the people coming behind them from wondering about strawberries. Is it safe? Is it not safe? Is it, what can I eat this? Can I not eat that? So they had to transmit data that's collected and accumulated and pass it on and on and on and on. And how did they do this? They did it by way of what today we call figurative expressions, because they had no writing. They had no recording techniques except for in the language itself. So they had to play on words. They had to invent techniques to do this. And so people that talk about this spooky spiritual plane, all this other kind of stuff, they don't understand the realities of how these people recorded their information, recorded their science, which is their knowledge. They don't know how it was done or what it's referring to. And people don't want to take the time out to put in the work to figure it out. So people just go on a pseudo trip and just talk about the Egyptians believed in, you know, the afterlife and stuff like that. So I'm gonna ask y'all a question. I'm gonna be quiet because I know I'm hogging the mic because I want everybody to get something to say. But while I have this picture up on my screen, right? Here's a funny thing that I experience all the time. I will ask a person, random person, I will ask them, I say, listen, do you believe the ancient Egyptians believed that there were human beings with animal heads that literally walked around? And most people I've asked that question to, they will say no. They don't believe the Egyptians literally believed that. And so that lays a foundation. So I'm saying, okay, cool. But then when I ask them about the afterlife and what the Egyptians wrote or described about it, I'm saying, do you believe the Egyptians believe that literally? And all of a sudden they'll flip the switch and say, yeah, they believe that literally. But yet you're saying they don't believe that humans had animal heads, but you're gonna say they believe in how they describe or how they describe and demonstrate the afterlife. So which is it? So there's a conflict of logic. There's an inconsistent logic going on. And that's a sickness in the conscious community that people don't take the time out to reconcile. And that's what I asked on the previous show. Nobody can answer it. And everybody I ever talked to, they can't deal with that. They cannot reconcile that. Either you got to believe.
Can't answer what? Can't answer what?
They can't answer the fact that on one hand, they don't believe the Egyptians believe that, for example, this person right here, Enpu, they don't believe the Egyptians literally believe that there was a human being with a dog head, with a canine head. They don't believe the Egyptians believe that. But when the Egyptians describe or even illustrate the afterlife and you ask them the same question, do you think the Egyptians literally believe that or take that to be literal? A lot of people will say yes to that, but no to Enpu. And I'm saying that's inconsistent logic because
see that monster right there at the scale?
Yeah.
So you know people believed in dragons though, right? Literally. Maybe. And humans believed in monsters too. Matter of fact, I think the Europeans in America, they was like the first society that didn't actually believe in monsters. So through the whole history of Homo sapiens sapiens, they believed in monsters, and they go back from the Stone Age. So, psychologically speaking, that's why I say, man, it's good to hear that these Egyptians had conquered that. Because literally speaking, right, humans are designed to really believe, and they come from our premortal stages of development as Homo sapiens sapiens. We're hardwired to believe. We're not hardwired to believe in religion. Religion actually hijacks it. Okay, so you know what I mean? When we talk about atheism, we just simply talking about those who reached the stage that the Egyptians reached. It's just that simple.
All right, so yeah,
just that simple. You get my point though, right?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. But see, we make this a bad thing. But you're showing that, wait a minute, that's not a bad thing. And I never thought it was. Dr. Ben never thought it was. But I mean, that's an elegant way to say that they was actually controlling those portions of their mind. I just wanted to kind of put that in there. That's all.
Yeah, but it's not the way people think that they believe. So I'm gonna ask you a question. So you can see the screen, right?
I see it. That monster right there.
Right.
Monster.
Okay. The monster that this blue arrow is pointing to. I'm gonna ask you the question. Mm-hmm. Do you, Unc West, Uncle Ket, the God killer, do you believe that the Egyptians believe that this animal was a literal animal?
Not the way you saying it, but human beings would literally believe that was a monster.
Okay, but wait a minute.
Absolutely, positively. Absolutely.
Okay, but wait, I don't want to ask or discuss all of humans ever. I'm talking about these Egyptians right here. All right, I'm saying the Egyptian people. Do you believe that the Egyptian people that's responsible for illustrating this animal, do you believe that they thought that animal was a literal animal that walked around in Egypt somewhere?
No, they was atheists. They ain't believe that.
Okay. And so that's my point. Now, check this out. Because they didn't
Being
believe,
facetious though, but their mind was they conquered that. That's a conquering thing we do around here, not believing in God, not believing in spookism. That's a conquering type of thing that you have to have control and understand the way your mind works. So it's a stage of elevation. But go ahead.
okay, so now here's the quick point with this. Since the Egyptians did not believe that this animal was a literal tangible animal that ran around, in Egypt somewhere, then why is it that people will take the scene itself and the text that describe what they describe as being literal? And so that presents a problem. And that's one of the points I'm making, is that people don't understand what it is that they're looking at or reading, but yet they have so much to say about it.
Yeah, I agree with you, bro.
But when you ask the question like I asked you, when I asked you the question I asked you, a lot of other people will agree with what you just said. They say, "Oh, I don't think the Egyptians literally believe that." But when it comes to the concepts of the afterlife and the underworld and all this other kind of stuff, they'll think that the Egyptians are being literal when they're not. And that's the problem, and that's a big problem. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. So Sosa, I don't even know if Sosa's still here.
Yeah, I'm listening. I just want to. I ain't want to talk. I want to. Somebody else want to ask a question. I'm gonna let them go. You know what I mean?
So, but I'm saying I don't even know if I double back to address what you were asking. I think you asked me what was the punishment, but before you asked about basically what's going on in this scene. And I'm being quick, but like I said, everything I'm saying, I can show support for what I'm saying from the Egyptians themselves. I can show you offering formulas where the Egyptians are writing to tell people who walk past their tomb to remember their name and say their name so they can have an afterlife. It can't get any better than that.
That's a good point. Hey, Ruja, you'll also have Christians say that, well, they didn't believe that Moses split the Red Sea. You'll have those that say that too. You'll get a whole delegation of people that don't take the Bible literal. And then you get a whole delegation of people that take the Bible literal. So This is a question. So here's the question. Could it be possible that it was segmented just like that? Is that a possibility?
No,
you get my point.
Yeah, no, I get your point, and you're absolutely right about Christians. There are Christians who cherry pick the Bible, like they'll believe Jesus literally, existed and did whatever, but when it comes to other stories, they don't take that stuff literally. Like they don't literally take Jonah surviving in a big fish and stuff like that, but they'll believe all the things that are written about Jesus. But here's the thing. Aside from the cherry picking stuff, in Egypt, remember, the skill of scribing was a skill that everybody didn't have. And so the scribal profession itself reflected the psychology and what was going on in the kingdom at large, just in general. And so the sentiment and representation of the kingdom is documented in the scribal profession. So even if it was split, these texts that we still have surviving today that we can actually see and read about and stuff like that are representative of the generalization, reflection of the psychology of the people. So that's not to say that there wasn't no, any pseudo people in Kemet or whatever the case is. They're probably, dude on the corner probably believed in a whole bunch of hocus pocus stuff. But the thing here is that what's being conveyed here and in all these other different texts is not what people think.
So
bro,
it's just not.
The priest, right? Did they add So the priests them. So speak about the superstitions. Like did the scribes, the priests themselves have certain superstitions that they held to?
Yeah, I mean,
I
superstition
can
itself.
answer that. I can answer that.
Well, let me
They
just say
believed
this.
the older was better.
Okay, so Uncle, you could pick up some, but I'm gonna say pretty much every population of people had their superstition. Superstition is rooted in not knowing, in the ignorance, and so belief is also the starting point. That's why Uncle said belief is part of the human default switch. Like that, we're born not knowing everything, and to believe something is just to give up or accept it, to accept something without knowing, and so belief implies the cease, the cutoff of pursuing knowledge. To believe something means that you're no longer pursuing to find out or to know. And so some cultures have a strong pursuit of knowledge, but other cultures or other groups of people will have more of a give up type of disposition about themselves, and they will live in beliefs. And that brings about superstition that lasts long, over time. So every culture pretty much will have some superstition and things in there.
Yeah. I was asking like an example, because I know there are things they had to like ward off spirits, right? So like, do you have an example of like a superstition they had and like a remedy, did a particular spell that they would use to rectify it?
Well, okay, let me give it.
Well,
Okay,
let me say this real quick, real fast. So this the interesting part. You can go now. All of a sudden, you can go to Wikipedia and look up the word science, and they'll tell you that the first inkling of science you find in Egypt and Mesopotamia. But then they don't show you the Mesopotamian source, but they'll show you the Egyptian source, the Edwin Smith medical papyrus, and you'll see it right there. And all the textbooks will say this is the first time, documented in human history that they're not using spells and stuff they got diagnosis using empirical data. And so for me, this is important. This is when they're actually using their mind to solve a problem without the help of spirits, superstitions, and any of that. So I can rock with you, Woo, because I see it in the beginning of science. Because this is how you do science. You got to get away from the deity. You got to get away from the superstitions. You got to get away from all beliefs. You got to use empirical data. So that actually backs you up that they had the capacity to do it. Now, whether everybody that lived in the now did that, you can absolutely say that they was doing the same thing that we was doing today. Nope, I'm not going to pray. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to handle this. I'm going to handle this. Simple as that. It's a fact.
Yeah. And to just add that, let me just say this about spirit. We, our lens, like we look at these other cultures through and we have to just admit this and swallow this, humble pie and be humble about it. We look at these ancient populations and their behaviors and all this other kind of stuff. We look at it through the lens of what influenced us. And the Abrahamic religions have done a big job on our worldview. Whether we actively believe in it now is irrelevant, but it influences our views on these other populations. So the whole idea of spirit, the whole idea of God and stuff like that is going to come through the lens or filter of the Abrahamic traditions, whether we like it or not. That's what happens. So we have to keep that in check. And so I'm saying that to say that spirit itself is a misconception by a lot of people. People will talk about spirit as if it's an entity, and then they'll describe it as energy. And energy is never an entity. It is actually an attribute or quality of matter. It's a measurement. That's it. There's no such thing as a spirit entity. There's no such thing. And so when they talk about ancestors being spirits or entities, all that stuff is a understanding and misconstrue of what the realities were to the people back then. And that's just the bottom line. And I don't care if it's an African tradition or not. It's not what people think it is. A spirit being energy it needs matter to exist, because energy is a quality or property of matter. Without matter, which is material, there is no energy. And if spirit is energy, then there is no spirit without matter. But when people talk about spirit, they say it's immaterial. They say it's immaterial. And that's the oxymoron, that it can't exist. And the Egyptians talk about it totally different. And I'm gonna give you a quick example. Like y'all heard of the word ak or aket, right? Y'all pretty much heard that before?
Yeah.
Okay. So the word, one of the words for ancestors, a couple of words for ancestors, but one of the words for ancestors is ak or aku. And the word ak has to deal with efficacy, being effective, right? Or effecting something, or affecting something, being an effect, but affecting something. So there's a place of efficacy. There's a place where efficacy is lives, and it's called aket. We translate that as the horizon. They'll say har aketi, heru aketi, Horus of the two horizons. People mistranslated that. It doesn't mean that, and that's not what it is. It's Heru of the horizon, one horizon. But they describe the horizon as a place of efficacy, or that have effects, because of what they observe from the sun. When the sun appears to rise, when it rises in the morning, the sky lights up before you physically see the sun, the actual circle of the sun, the physical sun. You see the sky light up or glow prior to seeing the sun. And so the sun being unseen, but yet affecting what you can see, became a concept of an unseen affective phenomenon, something that you can't see, but it has an effect. And so that's the idea of where you get the ancestral world, or the belief that something that you can't see can actually affect the things that you can see. And most people describe that as wind, air, because we can't see air, but yet it has an effect on things that we can see. And if you look at the Latin coinage of the word spirit, spiritus, it meant wind. So every time somebody's talking about a spirit, they're talking about something that cannot be seen, but has an effect on something, or effect on something. That's where that whole concept comes from. And anything that affects another thing is energy. That's a property of matter, because energy is the measurement of the ability to do work. And that's it. That's how they describe it. And that's how we understand it today. But that's not how it's described today by people who don't know, left, right, up, or down, or what they're talking about when it comes to this stuff. So they spook it out and think that there's some entities called spirits that are going to do this, that, and the third, to the point where they leave food for these entities to eat as if they're really going to eat the food and stuff. And that's not happening.
All right, but look, this okay. This is what I'm asking. When we look at societies, in antiquity, let's say globally, we see when a catastrophe may hit, be it a plague or famine, certain cultures would look at that as them being punished by the gods. And then they would act in a way to appease the gods, in a sense, to get favor, right? Do we see that with Egyptian culture?
Yes, and I could tell you where they would see that. So in the Egyptian culture, they had some top-notch medical physicians. But yet, while Egypt had a very robust medical system, or whatever the case is, and medical knowledge, there was a whole lot of things that they still did not know and could not know. So they never saw a pathogen before. They never saw the causal agents of illnesses. but yet they knew they existed, but they could not observe them. So they spoke about them, like how I said earlier, as things that cannot be seen and cannot be observed, but yet have an effect on that which can be seen and can be observed. And so they had to deal with that. And so what some people will call superstition is their way of dealing with those things that they could not observe, but they're real. We know pathogens exist today, just like they did back then, except with us, we have empirical data and observations and things that we can, discuss and show and stuff like that. They did not, but yet it existed, and they used deduct inferences and stuff like that to know that they exist, but they could not go too far with that, but they had to deal with it. And so so in the medical profession, they had things that they did, and they had what's called utterances, but people like to translate it as spells to make it spooked out like magic and take your mind towards magic. But it's really utterances and certain things that they did and said that dealt with the things that they could not observe and stuff, but they knew existed. And so some of that is being translated. So some of that being interpreted as being superstitious, or like, when like you said, a natural disaster or catastrophe happened, that's the causal agent is unknown, but yet it exists because they see the outcome of it or the consequence of it, not the cause, but the effect of it. And so that's interpreted as superstition.
Yeah, I'm saying, but I'm asking, like, did they interpret it as a sign that they weren't acting in accordance because of the phenomenon? So I'm saying, like, the reason we're going through this famine, or the reason this plague is happening, because we did something wrong, or we're not, what I'm saying, we're not being, like the Christian would be like, we're not following the law and it's a punishment by God. I'm saying, did they view it like that? That's what I'm asking.
I mean, in general, some of them did. I mean, we can never say no, because bona fide superstition existed pretty much in every population of people. But as a general thriving component of the culture itself, then we have to examine it and can't make these, the same statements. So it'd be better, like, if you give me a specific example, because what you're asking me is, did they feel that they were being punished by, like, if a volcano erupted, did the people think that they're being punished, like they caused the eruption?
Yeah, like in times of plague or something, did they see we look at that as a negative effect by the gods. So now we set up we may sacrifice 20 goats or something. You know what I'm saying? We may feel like, like something of that nature, an act, a kind of spiritual act to bring about resolution, in a sense, feeling like, okay, this would appease the gods and give us and bring us favor.
Well, not like how we understand it. So the short and skinny answer is no, because they didn't see gods through the lens of Abrahamic traditions like how we're discussing them now. They deified a whole bunch. They deified perception. They deified the river. They deified everything. So appealing to a god, if we just leave it at that, it makes it sound like they're appealing to things that are unknowable. Like it was no rhyme or reason for this god or gods, like when we say it that way. But these are actual things that they simply saw that was very important, which is what a Netcher is. It's something that is very, very important and a staple in the culture. That's why it's a symbol of a what do you call it? Standard, which holds something high.
Remember you told me about, I think you said it was like a deity they had for like sick disease or something like that?
Yeah. Well, I was explaining Sekhmet, which is a deity portrayed as a female lioness deity. And she is the patroness. She is over all of the medical physicians, because they deified basically they deified the immune system's process, which is what she represents. Her rage, her being a daughter of Ra, and her rage being to elevate temperature and fire and stuff like that, and had to be tricked into being drunk or sedated to calm her back down so she won't kill innocent people. That's a story of how the immune system works. The immune system, we get a fever, and if our fever is supposed to break on its own, because we're supposed to have a fever. A fever is a natural reaction, natural immune reaction that the body has against a foreign enemy or pathogen. And if the fever doesn't break, then we could have serious damage to organs and other things. And so the whole Het Heru, Sekhmet, or Ra story, if you want to read about the story of the destruction of mankind, that story is describing what you would think of how the immune system works. And the immune system is the system for health. And so she is the patroness deity over all healthcare workers in ancient Egypt, called medical physicians, or Sunu. They would call themselves Sunu, and she was Sekhmet, the one who was over all of that. And so what I'm saying is that they deified everything, but it's not a god like how we look through the Abrahamic lens. And we have to keep ourselves in check when we.
No, I'm talking about just in the form of sense of, when I say God, I mean that deity, right? Whatever they deified, right? Whether it be wind, whether it be right, even if they can't identify the agent that's causing the disease, they know it's coming from somewhere.
Right.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm saying like that coming from somewhere, they just view it as you're saying they just viewed it as a natural phenomenon that can only be rectified medically, and it's not like a prayer or you would see like a big because some society would see like a big sacrifice. They may do 20 goats, 30 goats, so whatever, a big feast, and you know what I mean. So he's saying they didn't see it like.
No, what I'm saying is almost the opposite. I'm saying that they had utterances along with the medical diagnosis, prognosis, and all the other kind of stuff. They had utterances along that people like to translate as spells in the medical papyri. But what I'm saying is that these are things like being sick is not normal. Wasn't seen as something that's normal. It was something that's avoidable. And so, although they couldn't see the pathogen, they know whatever caused the sickness is curable, like can be handled and dealt with by doing something. And so you brought that on yourself.
Also saw the spell as helpful, also with the application. You can't do one without, like you couldn't do one without the other.
The utterances went along with that stuff. Yes.
All right, cool. All right.
Gotcha. I mean, the medical papyri is full of utterances, just as full of utterances as it is with medical procedures, actual procedures, and bandaging, cutting open, pulling this out, pulling that out, putting this ointment there, that ointment there, and stuff like that. Definitely. But what I'm saying is that when a person gets ill, and I'm using the sickness example, when a person gets ill, that is a consequence of something. And so we can look at it through the Abrahamic lens and say, okay, well, they believe that they were punished. But if you eat too many Twinkies.
Yeah, I don't want to just do Abrahamic because that's just a cultural norm. Like it's even deeper than just Abrahamic. Like, that's just, you see that within North America. I mean, you see it globally, really. Like, so it's not just Abrahamic, it's globally.
No. Okay. I'm not saying the that idea that different people have, that's global, like you said. But I'm saying our view of deities, though, is coming through the lens of Abrahamic traditions. Like there's no getting around that. Like when I say God in this conversation, your mind is gonna wrap around a concept of God or gods that's heavily influenced by the Abrahamic traditions, whether you like it or even realize it. That's what's happening in this conversation right now. I say gods or God. And what I'm saying, we got to keep that in check, because that's not how other people saw gods or gods. Because God is something that's important. Anything could be a god. to a lot of other people. The Nile River is a god happy. So to not believe in happy sounds cute, but you can't say you don't believe in the Nile River because I can show it to you on the map. So it's more than just all of that. That's why I said, you know, we could revisit the whole atheist conversation, because it boils down to atheism relies on the conceptualization of God through the lens, through the eyes, you know, through the lens of Abrahamic filters. Because if I say water is my God and you say you don't believe in God, then that equates to you don't believe in water, but I could throw a bucket of water on you and then we just have a laugh. So it boils down to, it's not that there's a denial of what people are calling gods. It's a dislike in how they interpret and deal with them.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, if somebody else want to go, they can go. Like I said, I'm just asking because I'm trying to get. I carry everybody else's perspective, so I'm just trying to gauge your get your perspective. So you know what I mean. So I'm not just getting it from one from just one person's view.
So all right. So let me be clear. So as far as the afterlife, I explained what the afterlife is not something spooky or some place that people go and chill out like the Christians' heaven or hell and stuff like that. It is simply the remembrance of a deceased person in somebody's mind who's alive. And the moment that we got 8 billion people on the planet Earth right now, roughly 8 billion people. If all 8 billion people who are alive don't remember somebody who's dead, then that person who's dead don't exist. And out of all the humanity, over 300,000 years old of being Homo sapiens sapien, you best believe that the first 290,000 Homo sapiens sapiens don't exist at all, because nobody who is alive right now remembers them, any aspect of them at all. So they don't have an afterlife. And let me just double down on that. There's a running belief by people who don't study this stuff, but I hear it said all the time. They believe that in ancient Egypt or Kemet, that the belief in the afterlife started off with being something that only the king could have. Like the afterlife was only permitted for the king and nobody else. And then eventually it became democratized and you know, everybody had access to the afterlife. And the way they explain that is just false. And the reason why, I understand why they say it, but they're just wrong. But the reason why the king seems to be the only person that had access to the afterlife is because when writing first started, the king, first of all, the king is the most important person in the whole Kemet society. He's the epitome of the society with all the responsibilities and so on and so forth. So the king had to be known by the people. And the king's knowledge of the king was a very important thing, the institution of kingship and everything. So the king was always known and remembered. In fact, the very first name for the king, the official name of the king, was his Heru name, which is symbolized by what's called a sarek, which is a word that means to make known. So one of the king's purposes was to be known. And by default, people knew the king. And so because people knew the king and what the king did and everything attributed to him, everybody remembered the king for a long period of time, long after the king died, because the king's name was written everywhere. The king signed his name through the proxy of the scribes everywhere. And so the king had access to the afterlife just by the mere fact that the king's name was written and remembered everywhere. His name was even protected in what's called a shenu that people call a cartouche. That's why they had a rope around the king's name. It was to protect that name and to keep it in the minds of the living. So today, right now, Ramses II, Waser Ma'at Ra Satepin Ra is his throne name. That king is still living his afterlife. Why? Because we're still remembering him to this day. But imagine all the other Egyptians whose name was never written anywhere that we can't know. They don't have an afterlife right now. Maybe people close to their generation remember them, but it faded. We don't know them now. They don't have an afterlife. So that's what I'm saying. The kings had access to the afterlife because the kings were remembered the longest. To this day, we still remember them. Thutmose, King Akhenaten, Thutmose the first, second, third, Ma'at-Kara, aka Hatshepsut. We still call them, and they digging up their bodies. So they live in a good long afterlife, boy. Long afterlife.
Indeed.
But there's nothing spooky about that. But go ahead. Somebody else was saying something.
Yeah, a different topic. Can you do me a favor and define me what the Sahu were? I heard somebody mispronounce it, but I need to know what who are they?
Okay, you mentioned people, so I'm not familiar with a people called the Sahu people.
Yeah. No, I think it's a deity, something like that. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I heard somebody explain to me before that there's some kind of deity.
Can I speak on that, Wujahu?
Yeah.
Please.
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with
I think sorry, I think the brother's trying to talk about that's what some people in the community refer to as a mummy. Is that right? Brother, I didn't get your name.
Kadeem. But
Okay.
I think somebody explained to me it's just some kind of deity who would say, like, it's some kind of like trickster kind of deity, like to the point where they explain to you who they are, but they're really something else.
Then I would ask Wujahu, if you can, what is the Sesh for what people call the mummy or a mummy?
Okay, so let me just deal with what Kadeem was asking about. So I'm not too, based on what you're describing, I can't address that because I'm not sure what you're talking about. Because what you said is like when you say trickster and stuff, that kind of takes my mind to you're dealing with, like, in West Africa they have actually trickster deities.
I ain't trying to make it like issue or anything like that.
Yeah, like Eshu and and stuff like that. So I'm not
Nazis.
But I do believe that's what they're trying to like get around to make that kind of similar like comparison. But I don't know. I think it was some kind of was it a Netcher?
A trickster Netcher?
Not even so. I just want to know what it is. I want to clarify what it was from what they was telling me.
Well, as I'm saying, you probably had to clarify that first before we could talk about it. But I can say, in terms of a trickster in Kemet, as far as the Netcheru pantheon and stuff like that, there may be a couple, but the prominent one that comes to mind would be Satuk or Set, because there's stories that will display that behavior. So the popular story of Satuk killing his brother Usir, he had to trick him, and so he tricked him into getting into a coffin that he knew was tailor made for his size, but he did it in such a way that it was a trick, and so he used that to convince him, coerce him to get in the coffin and so on, and eventually killed him.
Okay, so I mean, what does Sahu mean?
Well, you had to show me the glyphs, because there's a lot of words that people would pronounce as Sahu or Sa and stuff like that. There's a Sa of what Donnie is talking about as the word for mummy,
mm-hmm.
And there's a couple of words for mummy. There's the word wet, we, There's a lot of words for mummy itself or the wrappings of the mummies and things like that. So Sa in general would mean is one word that means mummy. And so Sahu, if people are trying to say mummies and pluralize the word and saying Sahu or Sahu, you had to show me the glyphs for us to know what word you're talking about.
Okay, I never got shown what the glyphs were. It was just some word of mouth, but I think I'm close to what it means now.
Yeah, if you ever can get that, then bring it back up because that would be interesting. But let me say this since we're on talking about mummies and stuff. There's a deity over the mummification process, and we would just narrow that down to like the patron deity of embalming, the embalmer, and that would be Inpu that you see over the mummy. Like you may see in the different vignettes where Enpu is actually standing over a mummified body or a mummy and whatnot. And so one of his epithets is that is he who is in the embalming place and so on. So it would deal with the words as the word wet that we pronounce as wet, which is to embalm, and it has to do with mummification and so on and so forth. Petrification, to petrify a body or to mummify a body, to go through that whole process. Then you have the Sa, which is the mummy itself. And these different words will be identified with different points in time in the entire mummification process. And there's a lot of things with that. I'm just throwing it out there so people will, get a couple of clues to look into, do further research. But it connects to Enpu as the embalmer. It also connects, believe it or not, to Auset and Nebet Hut, her sister, who are both sisters / wives of Usir. One stands at the head, other one stands at the feet. And it's in some texts, it's their hair that becomes the wrappings, the mummy wrappings itself, and which is why you see them with white hair sometimes. Because the mummy bandages or wrappings, also called wet, was or wetu, are wrapped around the body. And then it goes into the mourning women or the mourners, professional mourners, where they would pull their hair and all this other kind of stuff. These are all other different rituals associated with the funerary process as a whole.
I have something before we get too far.
Yep.
So when you and Sosa were going in, and it was brought up that the breaking of the noses, and because we're talking about misinformation and false claims and stuff, I was always under the impression that the European did it to try to hide the identity of the Remetch. So you mentioned that that's not always the case.
Right.
And then how, where do you, with all due respect, where do you get that information from? Or what, how do you say what you're saying?
Well, I mean, the idea that Europeans deface the statues is an idea that's been debunked a long time ago. Like scholars don't even debate that anymore. I mean, so much literature out there that just totally debunks that, just on the fact that the Egyptians themselves did it. There's documentation and there's a lot of evidence that the Egyptians themselves did that. I mean, practiced that. And I'll give you a perfect example. Ramses II defaced his own father's name off of temples. His father being Seti I and him being Ramses II, he defaced and removed his name to put his name there. Hatshepsut is another one. Akhenaten is another, where there's just overwhelming evidence that the Egyptians themselves damaged their likenesses and names all the way back in those ancient times themselves. And the reason why is because, and this goes all the way back to the glyphs themselves, where certain glyphs are drawn with a knife through it because they didn't want the what the glyph represent to be animated or to have an idea of animation or being alive. So you may see, for example, you may see the deity Apep written, his name written, but knives going through his name written with a snake and knives going through the snake itself just to write his name. Same thing with Satuk. When Satuk was seen as something that's evil or bad. Same thing. People born with reddish hair and whatnot was like a taboo at one point. So I'm saying that to say that it's just overwhelming evidence that the Egyptians had this practice. But here's why: the nose and things is because the idea of death, the observation of death versus sleep was used to conceptualize, this what do you call it? Sustaining of life. So for example, if you look at a dead person laying on the ground and you look at a person who's just sleeping laying on the ground, at first glance they look identical, but the person who is sleeping has the ability to wake up and get up, and the person who's dead doesn't. So the question becomes, what allows one person to get up and another one doesn't not get up? Because both of them have their mouths closed and everything. And so there's something that is sustaining the life of one of them and not the other. And that substance that sustains their life was seen as air. And that air sustained the life and allowed the person to breathe. But the air was traveling through the nose, not the mouth, because the mouth is closed. And so to prevent this sustaining of life, all you have to do is just cut off the opening, the nose, to prevent this concept of sustaining or this longevity from happening. And so the nose was a target. This is one of the reasons why you see the Ankh being held up to the nose in certain vignettes and sceneries, because that was the passageway in which a person can travel into the underworld, aka the subconscious, while you're sleeping, but yet return from the duat every day, because the air is keeping you alive. Your ability to breathe kept you alive while you're traveling in your own subconscious called sleep. While you're sleeping, the air is keeping you alive. The moment somebody suffocates you while you're sleeping, you're going to die. It's just that simple. Nobody can get around that, because that's a fact that we can see and test out right now. Go to sleep and let somebody put a pillowcase or plastic bag over your face. It's not going to look good for you. So the only thing that's keeping you alive while you're sleeping, because remember, when you're asleep, there's certain chemicals in your body that are released, enzymes and chemicals in your body that are released that partially paralyzes you, that prevents your body from acting out your dreams. So you don't move while you're sleeping and act out your dreams. Whatever you're dreaming, you're not actually moving because your body is in a semi-paralyzed state. And so your subconscious takes over, your autopilot takes over. You're not consciously controlling your heart rate, your heartbeat, your breathing, none of that stuff. You're not controlling any of that stuff. That's on total autopilot. And the key to that whole autopilot system while you're sleeping is breath, the ability to breathe. And if you cut that off, that's to signify death. And so to cut off the noses of the statues is symbolic, is a figurative expression of cutting off someone's life. Has nothing to do with white people not liking black people. All right, so I just want to make that clear, because that happens. That happens.
Thank you.
So hopefully everybody understands that. and you got to understand that why, in general, like if we're being real, like if you actually was a person to take time to study, this goes for anybody. If you actually take time to study the Egyptian statues all throughout the Egypt's existence, from the oldest statue you could find all the way to the last one that you could find, you're they're not going to look definitively like Africans or the stereotype of an African, like big lips, big nose. Now, the ones that do, we like to highlight and point out. Like we'll say King Den or Muntu Hotep or Mentu Hotep the second. We'll highlight certain statues like that. But there are other statues that the nose is intact, but it doesn't look like your stereotypical African nose, like the stereotype of it. The big, the exaggerated stereotype of big nostrils and low bridge and high brow and all this other kind of stuff.
KRS-One looking.
Yeah, there you go. KRS-One. A lot of statues do not look like KRS-One. There's some that do, but there's many that don't. And so the argument about all that stuff is just really not even it's just noise at this point. Scholars don't even argue about that. You got peripheral people that still argue about that stuff, but it's not an argument. It's like, so what? It's like, doesn't even matter. Because Egypt is on the continent of Africa. The Egyptians were definitely Africans. And everything else is like, what? People want to argue over their skin color, and that's stupid, because on the continent of Africa to this very day, you have a diversity of skin pigmentation colors, from South Africans, from the Khoisan, all the way to your what's a very dark skin population. I think the Dinka, if I'm not mistaken.
Dinka, Nuer, yeah, all those.
The Nuer and Dinka, right? They're known to be very dark. But the Khoisan and stuff, they're like, man, high yellow. So I mean, to argue over that stuff and Africanness is just silly at this point. And that's part of the problem that I always point out. It's just part of the problem. People arguing over skin color and stuff like that, not even getting into the genius of the minds of the people. And this goes back to what I said at first, is that why can't people learn about a civilization and appreciate the civilization for what it is, and not trying to argue about what they want it to be? It's a tug of war, like it's like a bird. Instead of admiring a bird for being a bird, you got two people trying to make the bird, one person A trying to make the bird a lion, and then person B trying to make the bird a crocodile. Tugging war and arguing with each other, instead of just accepting the bird as a bird and learning about it and seeing what's what. Let the ancient Egyptians be the ancient Egyptians. Why do they have to be anything other than that? I mean, for the life of me, that just is amazing to me. I don't understand. Like, why can't they just let the Egyptians be the Egyptians? That's it. I mean, we got enough information. Are they African? Duh. Egypt to this day is on the continent of Africa. So if that's the criteria, then yes, they're African. I mean, what else is there to talk about? Were they influenced by a previous civilization? Okay, well, give me the exact, when people argue that, I ask them, I say, look, give me the exact temperature where cold becomes hot. And you can't, because it's subjective by default. It's subjective by nature, and you're not going to give me a precise temperature where cold becomes hot. There's too many blurs and gradients on that to make it subjective. A civilization does not pop up out of nowhere. Just like human beings, there is no such thing as a first human being. I hope everybody understands that. Because every living organism is the same thing as its parents. And then once people digest that statement, they're going to look at things totally different. Because now they should realize that it's not the thing itself, but it's how we demarcate and label it. So Egypt being called Egypt, or Kemet being called Kemet. Well, actually, Kemet was not even called Kemet by the people as a kingdom until the 11th dynasty. There was no kingdom called Kemet by the people until the 11th dynasty. Period. So, that's just a fruitless argument. But I'm talking. So anybody else? I can't even see who in here. I need to get back into the Zoom. Who else is in here? Okay, we got, all right, Jolanda. So peace to everybody. I didn't even know. Man, we got people. Everybody's quiet. Got Lisa, Jolanda, or Jolanda. Let me say it properly.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jolanda. I remember that. See, I'm hard on names, so I want to say it properly. Jolanda. Yes, indeed. Landa. Landa. I am King Sosa. So what's up? What you got? What else you got? So you trying to figure out how spooked out. So it sound like, okay, so like you have huh?
She said, I'm up.
Yeah. I mean, everybody was quiet. So I'm saying what else you got? Cause so we covered the afterlife. We kind of talked about superstition. So just to reiterate that, I don't think anybody should be claiming that any civilization was absent of superstition, because you had superstition, you had beliefs and everything in pretty much every culture, even to this day. So that's there. But we have to properly describe everything, though. I think a lot of people exaggerate and don't understand, but it's definitely, superstition was definitely there for every civilization. Like I said, today people don't even want to come in a house with an open umbrella, walk under a ladder, the 13th floor thing. People what's funny about the 13th floor thing is that the building that has a 13th floor, it actually has a 13th floor, but they don't name it 13. They just put 14 there.
Number
Go
14.
Go
Yeah,
from
I saw
12.
it like a couple days ago. That was in a hotel. It shows sure enough, 12, 14.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It goes from 12 to 14, but guess what? It's not like they built the 13th floor and then just skip it. The 14th floor is actually the 13th floor.
Yeah, it's the psychological fact of seeing that number 30.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that superstition is something that always finds its way, to kind of survive through civilization. So if anybody says Egyptians were not superstitious, that would be just a crazy claim to make, because everybody has it. Now, if it ruled the kingdom, now, I mean, if people are saying superstition was the norm, rule of the day, and that's what guided the culture, then that's false. You can't do that, because superstition is not gonna guide what we have left and the contribution that Egypt had. That's not good. Just like somebody can't tell me that some unorganized slaves built these buildings in Kemet. That takes engineering and precision and planning and stuff like that. That is, you just would not make any sense whatsoever.
All right. So what was the why so much effort in the burials, the mummification process? Like, was that to further the afterlife? You know what I'm saying? Did they foresee you know what I'm saying, people digging it up and it being you know what I mean? Like, what was the?
Okay, so check this out. In ancient times, the tombs were robbed. So you got to ask. We should ask ourselves, if there was a general belief or a prominent belief that disturbing a tomb would cause like severe problems and this, that, and a third, then the tomb robbery would not be a prevalent thing to the point where they had to move bodies. Even in ancient times, like somebody could be buried in one place, and even in ancient times, they would psych people out by burying in one place publicly, but then privately moving them somewhere else and things like that, out of fear that the tombs will get desecrated and robbed way back then, let alone what's going on now and stuff. So that should put that out.
No, but why is such great, why is such great importance to the whole mummification process? Like, the whole wrapping and removing organs and, lining the, what I mean, spells, the whole rigmarole they went through after somebody, Pharaoh was deceased. Whoever.
Well, it was to anchor. It was okay to understand that, and to like really get into that is to understand how the Egyptians saw the human being. How the body, the purpose of the body, how the body rots, and they call it the kot, and they actually determine it with a fish, because fish was known that when fish die and rot, they have a very, very foul smell, just like a human being, who rots and decays, has a very, very foul smell. And so if you look into the culture, into the text, they will talk about this decaying body, and describe what happens to a decaying body, the fluids and stuff like that. So instead of it being a negative thing and allowing that to happen, they will preserve the body for that purpose, so that it could have a different purpose and anchor the other parts of how they saw the human being. So you have the kaibit, and I named them earlier. All these other different parts come with this, this package. So the preservation of the body, which was for the one of the many reasons, was to preserve or to raise the chances of a long or eternal afterlife, because the goal is eternity. And so the king was always granted eternity. That's why they say, Jet Mira.
But not necessarily the your regular citizen.
Well, some of them, yeah. Some of them, yes, but the king for sure.
Like king aristocrats, you know what I'm saying? Like king
The
wife
the
of the king, royal family.
The royal court, the royal family, stuff like that, but not quite like, we could just say, oh, they're showboating or whatever, or privilege, but it was because of the responsibility that the king had. The king, like, for example, the president of the United States, whoever that may be at any particular time, that president has to have the available resources to carry out the office of presidency. So the president has to have all these different things at his fingertips to be able to perform the job. So likewise, kings had to have all these different things in place to be able to carry out their duties as the king. And it just so happens that a lot of things that they needed can be seen as everything at their fingertips, including, being wealthy and all this other kind of stuff, or bougie, as we would say today, and whatnot. And one of the perks, we see it as perks. One of the perks was a immortality, but not in a literal sense, because some of the kings, like right now, it's true. But eventually, if somebody forgets Ramses II, then he's no longer be immortal. Right now he is, because we still remember him. So he's immortal. And so the kings, think about this. We remember Ramses, but do we remember the third dude that used to always be next to him back when he was alive? No, We have no idea who that is or his name or nothing. And I'm just giving that example, but I'm just saying there's so many ancient Egyptians that we just have no clue or remembrance of, to where they do not have an afterlife because of that. But the king does, because of the simple fact that he's the king. So I'm saying the preservation of the body, one of the reasons for that was for this purpose that I'm talking about, was to ensure immortality. The higher percentage of immortality. The king was granted life, Deunk Mira Jet. The king was granted life like Ra forever. And Ra being the sun has this eternal cyclic appearance, disappearance, appearance, disappearance, appearance, disappearance. The sun rises and sets every day. And so the Egyptians observed that happening like clockwork every day. So they wanted the king to live and survive in the same fashion. Jet, the word jet is like the word forever. Nahi is eternal and jet is forever, or it's like a vertical timeline or cyclic timeline. So they just wanted the king to live forever. And so one of the ways was through mummification, as far as the body, anchoring the body, leaving the heart in there, draining the brain out, taking the lungs and intestines and stuff out to help in this petrification process we call mummifying. Because leaving the organs in there and stuff like that would go against, the preservation process, putting it in the natron and that whole chemical process of what they did. So they took all the organs out, the major organs out.
When you look at neighboring cultures in that specific region, the type of understanding that you find in Kemet, do you look at it and see it as the thinking of the day? Like most societies in that vicinity are within that influential range, so to speak, with liberation, so whether it be Mesopotamia or neighboring nations, that they carry that same type of understanding and representation of the spiritual world, or do you see it as unique, mostly to Kemet?
Well, Kemet definitely took advantage and leveraged it, but mummification is actually
No, not just mummification. I'm talking in
what?
terms of like the way they dealt with medicine, things of that nature, as far as spells like the afterlife. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying? Well, like in terms of that, was it similar? I'm saying, or do you think Kemet mostly stood out alone on that?
No. The living in the memory, because remember, I'm just defining the afterlife as living on in the memory of the living, and pretty much many human populations groupings were practitioners of that. They wanted to be remembered in their progeny, in some form or fashion. So this ancestral veneration type of stuff is beyond Kemet, is before Kemet, and it's pretty much practiced globally in that sense. Kemet like leveraged it and like really took it to a whole nother level with the different type. And plus it's because Kemet was a sedentary culture, civilization, the river culture. So they didn't roam around nomadic and stuff like that, where it didn't matter. Like you bury somebody, if you're a nomadic group of people, you bury somebody at this coordinate, later on you're not going to be at that coordinate anymore, that area anymore and stuff. And so that just wouldn't make sense to harper on that or to expound and expand on that like how ancient Egyptians did. But that was common. That was a common thing. The afterlife.
Because when you look at other cultures, like some of them took it a step further, where as far as like human sacrifice, where it got beyond the scope of a spiritual understanding, and and it got vicious, so to speak. What I mean, when you talk about the sacrifice of people and actually letting out blood for the gods, human blood for the god. gods,
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
gods or deities, whatever, however they refer to them.
like I said, some of that went on. Some of that, just like cannibalism, went on. So certain practices that actually
That went
happen.
on in Kemet.
Huh?
You said that happened in Kemet?
No, I'm saying among people, period. Like there are practices that people have done in the past that they later evolve out of doing. It becomes a no longer practice, or whatever the case is. Um, so like you said, because you mentioned human sacrifices and stuff. So yeah, even in the, it's argued even to this day that pre-dynastic and even bumping up to the first dynasty, that there was some sacrifices going on. And then
to the particular Netcher, or
no,
like what was the reasoning?
no, for the, as far as for the king, for people, like if a king died, people would sacrifice themselves to be with the king in the death of the king. And that got replaced.
What was their understanding? Like, what was their understanding? Like, what was their understanding of what would be achieved with that? Like,
okay, so to give you a modern example, if you and I grew up as friends, we good friends on the block, and then you get put on and you become famous, I'm gonna ride your coattail because you're famous. And so I'm gonna ride your coattail so I could be famous too. But you the one chosen, you the one that got the record contract and stuff.
the grave, which is a whole nother, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ride the wave, you feel me? But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but on the day of your funeral, when they put the casket down there, asking me to get in there with you, that's a whole other type of convincing going on to get it.
No, but see, but I'm just using that as a modern example. But I wasn't saying death. Now I was saying if you got chosen, if me and you grow up, and me and you practicing dancing or rapping or whatever, and then you get chosen with the record deal, and I don't, you gonna put me on some form of fashion where I'm gonna ride that glory with you, and I would want that. So I'm saying, if I have a belief that you are gonna be remembered in the minds of the living for a very long time, I want to be remembered too. So when you go out, I'm gonna go out there right. I'm gonna go out right with you and be buried right next to you. So if people remember you, they're gonna remember me. And you have an afterlife, a long afterlife. I am too. Now that sounds crazy to us today, but
no, I mean, because I just think it's, I'm fascinated by the fact that, because that don't just happen. That didn't just happen. It just kept it. Like, that happened globally in different societies. And just the fact that they all came to that is like mind blowing to me. So it just seemed like that is something, it's like the human, because even they'll be in different environments, but somehow, some way, it plays out similarly. You know what I'm saying? I'm fascinated.
But there's a reason for that, because a lot of overlapping is based on the fact that we're all human. So there's some commonality just on the nature of us being of the same species.
Even with resurrection.
And so
that's what trips me out. I'm always fascinated. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but now what creates the nuances and the slight, deviations and stuff is the environment, is the environment, is what we identify as different cultures. So the culture swings it, but humans have a large overlap in the way we function. And so this idea to be remembered is a very old and very global and common idea, to be remembered. And people want to change that and say afterlife to make it into a thing and whatnot. But it's just something that's very, very common even right now. Like we visit the grave sites of our loved ones. We hang up pictures. See, today, listen, boy, I'm telling you, if the ancient Egyptians had what we have today, they wouldn't go through all that, because the whole point is to remember. And so all they got to do is just take a bunch of pictures and store it on their computer or hang it on the wall, and they're done. It's a wrap. That's it. And so, and that's the purpose of a quote unquote shrine to your immediate family or loved ones, is the point is to remember. And so check this out. And I'm gonna have a whole conversation.
They'll be on some cryogenics though. They'll be like,
Oh yeah. I mean,
yeah.
if they, now listen, if they would have had some next level stuff. But I'm saying if they had exactly what we have right now. But hold up, check this out. Sacrificial offerings to ancestors, the entire point of that is connected to what I'm saying. Memory, remembrance. The reason why you would fix a plate of food for your deceased ancestor and then even leave it out somewhere, doing that ritual of you doing that is going to keep them in your remembrance. And then when your children sees you doing it and they pick up the same thing to do, it's going to be a perpetual remembrance. And so these shrines that people have in their houses in the corner of their living rooms or wherever and stuff like that, the whole purpose of that is to remember. That's the bottom line. Everything they do around that is to that end, to remember someone. And what better way to remember them is to have a picture there. Now that we have picture technology, we have technology to do that. But prior to that, they had to do other things. And like I said, before writing, they had to invent a very genius way of recording science. And they did it in a figurative way. So, and we still use that today too. We call it, metaphors, tropes, similes, hyperboles, and all that kind of stuff. But to them, that was their technology for survival. For them to transmit data from one generation to the other, they had to invent a way to do that with no writing, no way to store it. There was no such thing as writing, no computers, no nothing. And so they had to invent within their mode of communication, they had to invent a parallel mode of communicating as a storage device. And I'm telling you, that is a 10th wonder of the ancient world for them to be able to do that. And then they went from there to tying knots. A lot of people don't talk about that, but there are some cultures that store data by tying knots. They take rope and tie knots and encode information in knots and to decode.
Native Americans do it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And some groups in West Africa.
Yeah, they did it up until like the Spanish, up until the Spanish came in, and then the Spanish figured out what they was doing, and then they eliminated the practice.
Yeah, so it was all about retaining knowledge and data for the next generation. And even in Kemet, the word for one of the words for wisdom or knowledge and wisdom and stuff like that is a glyph of a knot called chess. We pronounce it as chess, but not like the game chess, but chess. And that glyph is a knot, and it's associated with the storage of information, which becomes our idea of wisdom, because wisdom is like a repository of knowledge.
Yeah, plus something that I think you mentioned about if the Egyptians were, if the culture had a continuation up until this time, it would be like crazy to see the innovation, because when you notice like even with the writing system, and you talked about just the storage of information going before the writing system and all the way to the writing system. But with the writing system itself, you could actually see how the innovation went towards democratizing and also making it simpler and simpler. Like, we showed with the what are the presentation we had on hieratic, but you could see like how the writing system itself actually was being made simpler and simpler. So definitely, even when it comes to things like the afterlife or remembrance, and you probably, like you said, it would be like much simpler from going to building all the pyramids and buying the king and all the assets and things like that, to something very, very simple. So the point is always like their culture is just simplifying things and like just innovative, and that's what we don't see, or we didn't see a lot with with other African cultures, where with our cultures on the continent, at some point we became very stuck in traditions. So even the culture itself stopped being fluid and stopped moving, being innovative. So that's why you see even people still doing things that were done like 100 or 200 years ago, instead of actually using the technology that we have and making things simpler. But that was definitely something that, with the Ramech.
Yeah. So listen, I mean, like, okay, you say you were amazed that like these practices are global, but
yeah, not necessarily. Not amazed because I studied the whole social and cognitive science. I'm in awe of it. It would be what I mean. Like it always.
yeah, no, I mean, yeah, that's what I meant. I meant like it's very interesting. Like it's fascinating. It's interesting.
Yeah, like it's so incredible. You know what I'm saying?
But hold up,
like if you don't look at it, you would think the phenomena is just there. But when you look at the globe, you'll be like, oh my goodness, and then you'll see the human experience play out globally. Now, they're always going to be different nuances, but you'll see some of the same outlines, even like the step pyramid process from Egypt to South America. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like, you feel me?
Well, that's what I'm saying, and I'm saying like how that's very interesting. What I find interesting and even fascinating is what I was mentioning earlier is the fact that, like, because we grow up in a world where writing exists, not only just writing, but we got computers and all that stuff now. But I'm saying just writing exists. So we take it for granted, like it's just so ordinary and normal. But just imagine going backwards in time where writing never existed. Like you gotta like think about it, like how like we take for granted how we transmit and store data. Like right now, obviously we got the internet. So data is stored on servers that we can Google and go to Wikipedia and everything is there. But that's beyond writing. But I'm just saying, imagine before computers, but before writing itself, how in the world is data collected and saved to be able to transmit? So that means you had to have ingenious ways of storytelling, of dancing. Like a lot of stories are told in dance movement, body movements, in speech itself, and all these things. And guess what? In Kemet, they deified these processes, like the deity Hu, which is the deity of utterance. The utterance. You have perceptions, the deity Sia, and the deity called Heka, which they translate as magic, but that goes in a whole other direction. But I'm saying they deified some of this stuff. And I'm saying that when we read these texts, we have to keep that in mind, that these things are using a technology that we wouldn't say technology today. We just say figurative expressions, but that to them was their lifeline. And the scribes, remember, the scribes are the documenters of their psychology. So the scribal profession back then was seen as the what do you call it? The people that took a, like the photographers of the mind, so to speak. The scribes took a snapshot of the psychology of the people and documented that in a technology that today we call figurative expressions. So everything that we read is not literal. There are realities behind the symbolisms and the figurative expressions. But yet, when people talk about Kemet, they talk about the figurative expressions as if they're literal, and then make up conclusions and think the Egyptians were spooked out and this, that, and the third, when it is not like that at all. But yeah, I mean, not to say that superstition and beliefs didn't exist, but I'm saying you're not going to be able to make those arguments by reading the text and interpreting them literally. Not with me. I'm telling you, you could put me in front of anybody that does that, and I'll ask logical questions that will expose their inconsistency in their logic. It would just show that they're just cherry picking. It's just like whatever they feel. Like over here is literal, over here is not literal. Why? What prompts you to say literal there and not literal there? Give me the exact thing that prompts you to do that, and they never do it. They can't do it. Even in the same text, like I just showed the judgment scene, they don't take Empu as a literal person or Heru or a human with a falcon head. They don't take that literal. They don't take the fact that a heart will never be lighter than a feather. They understand that.
Let's have a little fun. Why don't you ask me that question, and then let's see how I answer those two questions, if you want to.
Okay, I like I asked Unc earlier. So all right, I'm gonna put it on the screen. I'm gonna ask you the question.
Try to make it simple because I'm slow.
I'm gonna make it simple. Okay, so on my screen, I have the famous judgment scene that everybody's familiar with. So my question to you is this: where this animal that this blue arrow is pointing to, do you believe that the Egyptians believe that there was such an animal in real life, literally walking around in Egypt?
No.
Okay. So by you answering no, then you're also saying that this is figurative, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Figurative as in it's like an analogy. It's just representing something.
Yeah, okay. That's what figurative is. Analogies and metaphors and all that falls under the umbrella of figurative expressions, right? So now let's move to this figure here. Do you believe that the ancient Egyptians believed that there was an actual human that had a canine head walking around in Egypt?
No.
Okay. So now what happens at this point when I ask these questions to people, because most people can't read this text, is that's why I use this, because most people are familiar with it. So I asked the question, is that this entire scene, as illustrated and described in the text, is that literal?
Agreed.
You said what?
I agree with you. It's not literal.
Okay, then that's it. Then discussion is over. What I'm saying is that there are people that will answer the first question like you did, the second question like you did, but when I ask them about the whole text, they go contrary to that consistency in their logic. They will say that the Egyptians really did believe in the underworld, and that you really go through these 12 gates, and that you're going to merge with Osir and Ra literally, and this, that, and the third. There are people who believe the Egyptians believe that, but yet when I showed them a picture of Ra as a ram-headed deity and stuff, they say, "Nah, no human was like that," or Khnum or any other deity. They say no, but I'm like, wait a minute. But you said they're gonna meet these people in the underworld, so if they're not literal, and like that doesn't make sense. And so my whole point for doing that with anybody is to just wake people up to the fact that just admit you don't know. Just admit you don't know how the Egyptians perceive this stuff. And if and by admitting you don't know, then at least that should start the journey of you trying to find out, or just be quiet, just shut up. Don't start a YouTube channel and profess to be some kind of expert in Egypt when you have never taken the time out to even pinpoint the realities behind all this figurative expression. So like I said here, this heart here is never meant to be taken literally as a heart, the organ. And in fact, the heart is not even said to be the human heart anyway. It's the heart of an ox. But nevertheless, this heart is the word. It's a logograph. It's a word, which is a word for the mind. And what's being weighed is the content of your mind. This whole scene is a psychoanalytical tool for the person themselves to analyze themselves.
And I get it.
Say again.
I was just saying I get it. I kind of wanted to, if it's okay, I wanted to ask you a question. Like I kind of wanted to switch it a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
If it's okay. And just kind of sticking with the topic of misinformation and false claims. And when you started out, you brought the claim up of, what was the first claim you brought up was, were the Egyptians black or something? I thought that was just to kind of, start a conversation, get the conversation going and stuff like that. But what I want to ask you is, sticking to that topic, is there anything that you're concerned about that you could speak on and want to share? I know the time and all that good stuff, but just something, because I kind of feel like the conversation goes in a circle sometimes, uh, and sometimes it needs to do that. But I just see,
Oh, there's a
if
whole lot of claims that are out there that
well, just one that you want to stand on.
okay. The one that you just mentioned. The Egyptians did not name their country after their skin color. Period, point blank. And anybody who pushes that has no idea what they're talking about, and they're insane. The Egyptians did not name their country Kemet to represent the color of their skin. Kemet does not mean the land of black skinned people. Period, point blank. I don't care who you are or what you look like. That's just not true.
So ask me the question.
What question? What question?
The question that you're talking about.
Did the
Okay.
ancient Egyptians name their country after their skin color?
No, there was no such construct as race.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's true. That's true. But so we agree then. I mean, I'm just saying. We
But
agree.
I have another part.
Oh, go
to
ahead.
it.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say that they named it because when there was the flood, that black they call it, I think they call it silt, that it left behind that was good for the land and stuff, made it fertile. I think they named it after that. At least that's the if I defer, which I'm gonna do, that's what the general consensus is.
Yeah, that is that. Well, there's two, and we addressed it more so in a more procedural way. There's two running hypotheses. One is the one you just said, that Kemet is so named because of the black aftermath of the flood, the black silt that the Nile flood left behind, making the soil fertile. And then the other hypothesis is that Kemet is so named because the people's skin color was black. And so those are the two running hypotheses, and we address both. And they're both wrong. And Kemet is named because of the accessibility to water. Just like the Desheret is the inaccessibility to water, which produces dryness, and Kemet's accessibility to water produce wetness. So Kemet is identified as a riparian zone. And a lot of people never heard of that word riparian when we first was arguing that. And it was new to people. A lot of people didn't even know what a toponym was, let alone the word riparian. But once they look it up, they'll see that the word riparian is the exact same word as, or same way of saying Nile Valley civilization. Because when you say Nile, everyone knows the Nile is a river. And when you say a river civilization, the definition of riparian zone or riparian area is an area of land that is adjacent or near a river. So they're saying the same thing, just using two different forms of saying it. Nile Valley civilization or riparian zone or riparian country. That's what Kemet is. Kemet is a riparian country, a riparian zone. It consists of a valley and a delta. And most people lived in the riparian zone and not on its outskirts called the Desheret. So most people lived in the Kemet of Kemet and not the Desheret of Kemet, when Kemet became the umbrella name for the whole kingdom. Prior to it being called Kemet, it was called Kemet first as a kingdom in the 11th dynasty. But there was places called Kemet within Kemet prior to the whole kingdom being called Kemet. The entire kingdom prior to that was mainly called Tawi or Samatawi. Tawi, which is understood in the consciousness of the people to be two distinct regions, unified. The word Ta, people translate it as earth or land,
Yeah.
but it also means like a region. And so you have Ta Seti, Ta Mary, Ta Nehisi, Ta Shemau, Ta Mehu. These are all regions, distinct regions. And the two main bigger regions, Ta Mehu and Ta Shemau, were united under one called Tawi, which is the dual form of the word Ta. The WY, or when we say we, Tawi is to make the word dual. Ta'u would be plural, Tawi is dual, and Ta is singular. So Tawi is the two regions, and the word semi put in front of it is to indicate unification. So these two regions unified is what composed of the kingdom. And then by the time you get to the 11th dynasty, that same kingdom that was unified was called Kemet. And that's just it. Has nothing to do with skin color. In fact, the ancient Egyptians represented themselves in visual artwork in using reddish brown pigments, not black. So if the Egyptians was to go so far to name their country after their skin, and that word is supposed to mean black, then you have to ask yourself, for all of 3,000 years, why didn't they paint themselves representative of using black pigment when they painted themselves on the walls and everywhere? See, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't match up. Why are you going to paint yourself reddish brown, but then call your country black as if to name after your skin color, but yet you don't visually represent yourself with that skin color?
Plus, the skin color is not even black, so that wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, I'm just showing how illogical all this is. This is really just silly. All of it is really silly. That's why people who argue that, even to this day, you got people out there that are arguing this for the past 4 years, 3 years. You got people in ASCAC, people over there in Abiba Toomey, so-called scholars, so-called students of scholars still arguing that stuff. It makes no sense.
Then would that make them the best definition of a straw man? Not a straw man. Was it a logical fallacy?
Well, now, I mean, at this point, it's borderline, just being silly or slow at this point. And I'm saying this because I don't get into the person. I don't care who it is, because you have some scholars that push that, and they're just as slow on that topic. They could be on point with other things, but on this topic, they're slow. Anybody who will say that the Egyptians wanted to name their country after their skin color, and that color is black, but yet when they depicted themselves and had the ability to use any pigment color they wanted, they did not use black. So for them to say that is really to insult your intelligence. And so here we come, we're just telling everybody what the real deal is. It has nothing to do with skin color at all. It has to do with wetness. Remember, Desher, the color red and the color black these are, what do you call it when you these are associations or proxies, because this is the thing. The color red and the color black are proxies for dryness and wetness. And so I'm gonna prove it to you right now. If you have a gray shirt, they call it Kelly gray. But if you have a gray sports t-shirt, right? That's all it is. No print on it, just gray. And it has that pure gray color. If you were to dip it in a bucket of water and pull it out, the shirt gets darker than it was when it was dry. And the inverse is true. If it's wet and you let it dry, it's going to lighten up. So dryness is associated with lighter or the red, and then its wetness, anything that's wet is going to get darker than it is when it's dry. That's just a fact of nature and how wetness and dryness works. So you got tefnut and shu. When things get moist and wet, they get dark. When they get dry and arid, they get lighter. We see it all the time. And so Kemet and Desheret, or Desher and Kim, as two colors, red and black, are proxies for the process of accessibility to water and that which gets wet, and the inaccessibility of water and that which does not get wet. And where do you want to live? Do you want to live where water is accessible or where it's not? And that's it. And Kemet is a river culture. Everything about the culture of ancient Egypt depended on that river, the Nile. The Nile is literally the lifeline of the whole culture.
And what was that word you called it?
What, the Nile?
No, yeah, you had a word for it. Like when you live by the river or something, there was a word that you had.
Oh, riparian zone. The riparian zone.
Okay, yeah, I like that. Yeah.
And so we have to understand that the river, the cycle of the river flooding and receding was the life of Kemet. If it wasn't for that, there would be no Kemet. And the two banks of that river were called Idebwi. Ideb being a bank and Idebwi being the two river banks. And that's another name for Kemet. The land of the two river banks. West Bank and East Bank. Iyabet and Amenet. And so you have these two river banks that separated the left and right of Egypt. And then you have the valley and the delta that separated the north and south. I mean, it's really just simple as that. It has nothing to do with skin color. Skin color is a feel-good fantasy that at one point we needed to what do you call it? Breathe life into our self-esteem by saying such a great culture is black. So much so that they named their country Black.
I get it now. You know, I'm over it. I used to think that way.
I've never seen any people themselves name it Black. It's normally an outsider who named it Black. Like, do you have an example of a society itself that named it?
No, that's the thing. Like a lot of people don't name themselves. A lot of people around the world call themselves people in their language. Like the literal word for people is usually what they call themselves, but in their language. Like the word Remich, it means people, and that's what the Egyptians called themselves.
I think like Zanzibar, right? Something like that. Remember Zanzibar or something?
Oh, from the word Zenji, slave or black.
Yeah, but it was not. Yeah, but it wasn't given to them. When I'm saying it was a name given to them, it wasn't. They didn't give themselves that name.
Yeah, and likewise, even with the word Nubian from Noba and stuff like that, it's understood that the Merowites or Merowi named another group of people Nubian or Noba, and it stuck and stuff, and it meant something different. So they refer to that as exonymic names. So where other people will name a people, and then that becomes the name of the people. So like Chinese people don't call themselves Chinese, but that's how we name them. And Germans, like I don't even think Germans call themselves Germans. Like Greeks are really the Hellas or Hellenes or something, you know. And so you have
Yeah,
these.
sometimes they stick in it Seminoles, like that was a name given, and then it just stuck. Now they actually got a tribe called Seminoles.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Something just plays out like that. You know what I mean? So
right. A lot of yeah. In today's time, a lot of that has happened. A lot of that has transpired. But yeah, they refer to those endonymic versus exonymic names. So endonymic meaning self-named, and exonymic meaning named by others. And so a lot of people around the world, populations are known by exonymic names. But they usually, if they have an exonymic name, they usually have an endonymic name as well. That's just not as popular. Like Sudan.
right, yeah, right.
Sudan is an exonymic label. You know,
What
people.
does Sudan mean?
Well, they say the land of blacks. You know,
Yeah,
that's what. But I mean, it makes no sense that if you live around all black people, what we consider black, like why would you point yourself out as being black if everybody around you is black?
Yeah, that whole argument actually was based, it's literally like a logic argument really, because but then everybody wanted to bring in the linguistics, all kinds of tools into it that is just unnecessary, because it's just logic. Like you can say people name themselves that. I mean, obviously, like that name was never used to name that place. So if you say so, you'd probably have to explain, where those people were or who lived in that place before they realized that they were black enough to name the country that at that particular point, and all that stuff. And like you say, you have to explain all the things like, what about the other people around, in outside of their borders, and all that kind of stuff. So it's just, to me, the whole argument made me realize that not everybody who's educated is actually logically sound. Like sometimes some people are educated, but they don't know how to use just logic, just to reason properly.
Yeah, it's just something we got to get over. Hopefully, the faster we get over it, the better, the more advanced we could be. To argue whether the Egyptians are black or not in 2021 is really a setback. It's to set us back.
Yeah. So unless you find a photo, like it's pointless. Like, it's pointless. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it is. It is. It's like arguing. I mean, me personally, when I hear people argue about it, the way it sounds to me is to listen to people argue whether water is wet. I mean, I really, that's how just crazy it sounds to me, because I'm like, if they were or weren't, then what? Like, if I just give it to them, whoever I'm talking to, I could talk to a person who believes that the Egyptians were not black or considered black. I could talk to a person who believed they were. It don't matter. So I can adjust to either one. I'm like, okay, they're black. I get that to you. Now what? And I talk to a person who don't believe. I'm like, all right, they weren't. All right, now what? It's like, man, they really have nothing else to offer a conversation, because they stuck so hard on that. They never even try to tap into the genius of ancient Egypt. The basic things I mentioned in tonight about the afterlife. People are so fascinated about the afterlife and whether Egyptians believed in one and spooked out, never realizing that the afterlife is simple as memory, and it's a global thing. And the Egyptians styled it in such a way that is genius.
But everybody got different concepts of what, like you give me one explanation, right? And then I can go get a book on Egypt, and it'll give it totally different. It might give a different representation of what you said.
Yeah, but that's why when I was saying it earlier, like this conversation really needs to be like a series of talks on this one subject. So I wanted to make that clear to everybody when I was saying what I was saying. That's why I said everything I'm saying I could back up. Like I can literally take an hour to back every point that I'm making. Like I can show
I would
text
like to see it done like
after
on
text
like a
after
like
text.
on like, you know what I'm saying, like a large scale, like, you know what I'm saying, with all the different minds and like, and here's the, you know what I mean, and everybody argued their point. Here's a contention about about the spiritual understanding of afterlife. You know what I'm saying? And it be hammered out like how
It's gonna happen.
like UNESCO. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
It's
Yeah.
gonna happen. The reason why it hasn't happened yet, like how you described, which is be a good thing, is because of what we talked about before. Too many people are arguing over different things and not even getting to the level of having that kind of conversation yet. Because it's one thing, like for example, you have a text called amduat, right? And that means that which is in the duat. Okay, that text alone, first people have to get a proper translation of what they're looking at and reading. Then they have to take that translation and then go under the hood and try to identify the realities of everything it's referring to, like the reality. So what I mean by that is if I see like if I see something written in a foreign language to me, I first have to translate what it says on paper. And so let's say there's a sentence on paper in a foreign language, and I finally work it out to translate it in my language. And what it says in my language is, I got butterflies in my stomach. So it took me 5 years to learn how to do that. And so now I have it at that point. Here's a foreign sentence. Now I know what it says in my language. I have butterflies in my stomach. That's where everybody stops. But what it is, now I got to take it and say, well, what does that mean? Like, what is the reality behind that statement now? Is it literal? Did people really believe butterflies fly around in their stomachs, or does it represent something else? And then it'll take me another time to figure out, oh man, they're talking about nervousness. So the whole thing is nervousness, not literally butterflies flying around the stomach, although that's what the text is saying in the wording, but that's not the meaning behind it. And so that's what I'm saying, that a lot of people are so far behind on just dealing with what the text is doing on the surface. They're not even trying to get to the realities behind these things.
Yeah, well,
And
yeah.
that's why you don't see that kind of level of arguments going on right now. But like I said, I'm pushing it by saying what I'm saying right now. I'm telling people that ancestral veneration is not what people think. That traditions and culture are two different things. And that all these people who want to get into ancestral veneration, traditions and stuff, they don't know what they really don't know what it's really about. I'm saying that to spark the conversation. Cause when we have the conversation, then I got questions, and we're gonna really get under the hood and tap into that logic, and people are gonna see how inconsistent logic they have, or how consistent their logic is, either or.
Hey, would you do like a sit down with Jabari?
Yeah, I don't mind talking to Jabari.
Yeah, I would like to see y'all like dialogue or something. You know what I mean? Like
We had a brief exchange online on the topic of Kemetic yoga before.
How'd that go? Like, what was the how'd that go? Like, what was the like your perspective was what, and his perspective was what? I mean, I know his perspective. Your perspective is what?
Well, I did it. Well, it was on a presentation that I did. So I did a whole presentation on Kemetic yoga, right? And his perspective was different than mine, but we never really like we never really teased out the whole conversation. It was kind of like a couple of exchanges, and his one of his colleagues, Yasir, a brother named Yasir, who is a Kemetic yoga, a prominent person in the whole Kemetic yoga group of people. And he has retreats and stuff like that. That's both of them was on my comment section of my presentation, and he definitely took it to the left. I'm talking about Yasir, not Jabari, but Yasir. And so Jabari was kind of backing him up a bit. And I'm gonna find it. It's on Facebook. I'm gonna find it. But anyway, in a nutshell, what I was pointing out was that Kemetic yoga in and of itself has its benefits. The people who are into that and perform Kemetic yoga as a whole, there's a lot of benefits with it and whatnot. What I was pointing out was that the positions, the postures that Kemetic yoga practitioners perform, none of those positions are historical, ancient positions that the Egyptians did, period. And so they disagreed. And so what I was saying was that it would be better to say your modern poses you do is inspired by the Egyptian artwork, but not things that the Egyptians themselves did. And so his point was that that's what they did. And I'm like, no.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I said that running that by them.
Go ahead, fam.
No, I just saying good luck running that by them because they take that literally.
Right. And so Jabari, so I had a dialogue with him a bit about that. And so I wouldn't mind sitting with on any of these topics, or having an exchange with him on any of these topics. That one included. The afterlife.
I like to see
Do
it
I?
as better when it's not combative.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Then because you get more out of the conversation than when it's just you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he
Two
was
people banging, trying to knock each other's head in. You
Yeah.
don't know what you're talking about. You're an idiot. You know what I'm saying? It's better when it's a dialogue and you can just
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah, I don't mind. I don't do those platforms because the platforms are built off of what you just said. So I don't do that.
Yeah.
But
like
I wouldn't mind it at all. And in fact, between Jabari and Yasir came on my post talking out the side of his neck. Jabari came more professional and level, definitely much more level-headed and everything. The other brother did not, because he was defensive and offended by my presentation, which I understand, but it doesn't excuse his stance or anything at all. So I don't care how old a person is. If they act like a child, they act like a child. Immature, they immature. But he couldn't refute. See, this is the thing. You can talk all that talk, but if you can't refute and show the error in logic and premise and all the logical outbuild from these premises and things like that, then you have nothing to stand on. And you could just talk to yourself. That's how I feel. I'm like, say that noise over there. But they don't understand. So what I explained was the difference between perspective and aspective art. And I just showed it. I could show it right now in 60 seconds. I could show one picture and prove the point. That's how easy it is. I can show, like, why do ancient Egyptian figures have two left hands or two right hands, two of the same hands in the figures? Because they're not drawing it from a perspective art style. It's aspective, and people don't even know what aspective art is. So I had to introduce that and explain that. That's how the ancient Egyptian artisans represented things in aspective. And that's a very widespread African method. It's the European communities that dealt with perspective, where you draw something from your point of view, literally the angles and everything. Whereas aspective is you bring out the important points of what you see, and you're not drawing them to their correct angles and things like that. And that's what Egyptian art represents. And I actually, showed that all the time. I mean, it's on the presentation, but I'm gonna pull up something right now just to show you all a perfect example. Let me see if I can find something real quick, because I don't want to open up that whole presentation. But I think I have a picture, and I happen not to on here. I thought I had something I could just get real quick. Man. Okay, I don't see something I have right now real quick.
Are you looking up something?
Nah, yeah, I want to see if I had any of those images that I could show real quick that I use in the presentation. If I pull the presentation, obviously I have all the slides in there.
Okay,
But I
okay.
thought I had something. I thought I had something real quick, and I do not. So another time. But yeah, y'all talk. I'll pull it up if y'all want to see it.
Now I want to ask you something.
Oh, go ahead.
About back to the afterlife. Can you explain the negative confessions? Because I heard people saying that explains the afterlife. As
Yeah.
in,
Okay.
being resurrection and all that.
Yeah. Well, like I said, nobody's expecting anybody to come out of the grave, but in terms of resurrection, but the negative confessions, I mean, people call it that, but more, it's more, I guess it would be better, the lesser of two evils, to say declarations of innocence. And like I said, that's a psychoanalytical tool for people to evaluate the content of their mind. And it's based on the cultural standards that we would call taboos versus non-taboos, or morals within the culture, anchored in the culture. And this is very cultural specific, because the moral standards differ from culture to culture. And you can just look at modern, in modern times, you just see it everywhere. Like I used United States and China. But the point is that you are taking the standard that you're anchored to. Remember, you are a member of a nation, and your oath, this tacit agreement that you have with your nation, produces your nationality. And as a member of this nation, you grow and you're cultivated to behave and think a certain way based on standards within the culture at large. And so your judgment of good and bad things or activities or behaviors, whether you should do something or should not do something, is also going to be rooted in your cultural standards. And so if you violate those cultural standards, you would know that.
Be dealt with.
Right. And so this is a psycho meaning psyche, dealing with the mind, analytical tool, meaning you analyze your own mind based on, now when you judge something, implied in the word judgment, or the act of judging, which is synonymous with weighing. Like, to weigh something is to discern. Discernment, weighing, and judgment, they're all synonyms basically. And so in order to weigh something, you have to have some kind of comparative thing, some standard, and that standard that you're using is identified by, in Kemet, will be identified by that feather that's on the scale. And so that's the standard that you're weighing the content of your mind against.
So it's basically just like the laws of Ma'at.
Well, I'm saying those declarations of innocence that's become popular, the 42 so-called declarations of innocence, or negative confessions that people say, is the popular standard. But there's more than that. But I'm saying the 42 are popularly known, and so people say, okay, well, those 42 are the standards by which people weigh their own contents of their mind with, and their behavior. And in the Christianity or an Abrahamic belief system, they have 613 commandments, narrowed down to 10. By the time you get to Moses and those tablets of 10, and then by the time you get to Jesus, is 1 or 2. Love thy God, the Lord, with all thy heart, and love your neighbor as you would love yourself, or something like that. And so they simplified all of it. But my point, though, is that in every culture, there's going to be a standard by which you are judged. But you're the one doing the judging. Then you have public policy, you have public laws and stuff like that. But then you have those other laws by which you judge yourself. And if by judging yourself, see, here's the thing. Okay, let me ask y'all this. I'm gonna say the word guilt. What does guilt depend on?
Your mind and your heart. How you feel about things that you did or done.
Right. So like it's like this. You will never feel guilty about something that you are totally oblivious to. So guilt is has a requirement or prerequisite. Guilt comes after something. And so you have to have some things in you first in order to even feel any guilt for anything. Just like death. Say it again.
Awareness. You have to be aware of what it is.
Yeah, not only aware, but you have to log it into your mind as something that should not be done.
Yeah.
To feel guilty if you did it. So it's like death. If like in the way the Bible tells the story is that Adam was the first man, and then the woman came out of his rib. They were the first two people on the planet, or first two humans that God created, according to the general story, right? So when Adam and Eve were alive, there was no such thing as human death. Matter of fact, there was no death when Adam and Eve were created. So would it make any sense to threaten them with death if they never knew anything about death? It makes no sense because the threat wouldn't work. It would not work. Say it again.
No, if they were living, I mean, they would have to know about death. If they're the first people, quote unquote, I don't believe that story, but there would have to be some kind of, I ain't buying. There would have to be some kind of death, some kind of threat, something.
No, but that's the point. That's what I'm saying. If they had no knowledge of death, then you can't threaten. Like, okay, let me give you a more in your face example. Can you threaten, and nobody will ever do this. Hopefully nobody will ever do this. I'm just going to use it for example purposes. Could an infant baby that's like a couple of months old ever be threatened by a firearm, a gun? The answer is no, because the baby has no idea of what the gun does or can do or whatever the case is. So you can't rob a baby. Even if the baby had $1 million in his diapers, you cannot rob a baby because the baby will not be compelled to give you that money because it has no idea of the object that you're pointing at it is dangerous. So what I'm saying is that you have to first have things in you in order to feel a way about it. So I'm saying guilt is based on something that's already in you. And so when the Egyptians in this judgment scene talk about guilt, this animal eating or this psychoanalytical tool, it is based on the root within the culture, the standard, and that is represented by this feather that people see on the scale pan. The scale. They say the laws of Ma'at. But these are not laws that are like public policies and stuff like that. These are things that are inculcated in you. They have to be in you in order for you to feel guilt or not, or in order for you to properly weigh. Like how are you going to weigh anything if they're not in you? So again, those 42 so-called negative confessions that people say, but the declarations of innocence are those things that are in you that serves as a standard by which you judge the content of your mind and your words and your behavior. All of those supposed to match up and line up. And when they don't, you feel a sense of guilt. And that guilt is what eats you up, which is represented by that animal, Amit, that I've been showing on my screen. I thought I was showing it on my screen the whole time. Amit or Amamit is that amalgamated animal, crocodile, lion, and hippopotamus. It's a female deity, and she represents guilt, because if your mind is heavier than the standard by which you compare it to, you're going to feel guilty. That is what this is talking about and illustrating and showing. There's more to it, but I'm saying I'm just keeping it very simple as I can. But that's what's going on. There's nothing spooky about what you're looking at all, because you go through it right now. You go through it right now. I guarantee you, if you're somewhere out and about, you at a restaurant and somebody's sitting at a table across from you, a couple, and the guy sitting in a chair, and out of his pocket falls a whole big wad of money. And at that moment, you behind on your bills, your rent is due, and you see it fall, and you don't pick it up and give it to him. You like, oh man. And then they get up and leave. You pick that money up. And use it. And then come find out a week later, the guy commits suicide because that money really wasn't his. It was somebody else's money. And he felt so bad he committed suicide for losing the money when you could have given it to him and kept him alive. You may feel a little guilty about that. You'd be like, oh, dang, I ain't know it was going to be like that. You know, I just pulled that example out of clear blue.
No, like I'm gonna be tripping. You know what I'm saying?
I know. So people like Sosa be like, man, hey, better.
I'm like, you could have borrowed some cash, like you.
I would have been like, I done paid my dues.
Hey, he was gonna do that anyway. You know what I'm saying? If he did it for that, yeah, he was already on the brink.
Yeah, that's gonna be. See, hold on, wait.
You can start rationalizing that shit.
Yep. Listen. I'm glad you did that, because I know we having fun with that, but that's a real coping mechanism. See, and I'm glad you brought that.
Your idea was psychology. That's why I said that.
Yeah, exactly. Because
rationalize that and make it make sense.
Exactly. So psychologically, what you're doing, like in the Egyptian sense, what you're doing is you're fighting the beast by creating that rationale in your mind. Like, oh man, he was on his verge of committing suicide anyway, so I'm still good. I'm good, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And that's that war that you have. But I'm telling you, this scene that I'm showing is a psychoanalytical tool. Period. And that's what people have to understand. It's not a popular thing to discuss in that way, because everybody wants to make this spooky so they can have a lot to talk about and pretend that it's spooky. And especially Hebrews will look at this and be like, oh man, the Egyptians, if y'all talk about the Bible, then what about this, the Book of the Dead? And get into all that silliness.
It's not really spooky if they're applying it today.
Yeah, I mean, it happens today. It happens every day in everyday life to everybody. Somebody feels guilty for something, even if you have a differences of standards. Like you could have a person that grew up on the streets, like straight up street person, straight up, don't care about anything. There is something in their world that they're going to have this attachment and feeling to. It may not be the same as yours or like the most people, but it's going to be something. You're going to find something. Even among there's cliches. there's honor among thieves. So even though there's different thieves, even in thiefdom, there are standards, you know what I'm saying, that you don't cross. Even among the mafia, the criminal organizations, even though they're criminal or they may do something that other people may not like, but among them, they have standards. Like, for
code of
example,
conduct.
yeah, codes of conduct and standards, exactly. You know, even though overall what they do may not be liked by the general population, but they have standards. Even gangs have standards. And so these standards would if we were to go back in time, the standard would be the feather, and then how they feel about it and the analyzing of their mind and behavior and their words and deeds were represented by that ib, that heart right there. And they will feel guilty. So if a mafia person knows in that mafia culture that you cannot touch a made man, but yet you do something to a made man, then you're gonna be like, oh snap. Or to a mother of somebody who had nothing to do for anything, but you did something to somebody's wife or girlfriend or daughter or something like that, man, it's gonna mess you up. Even in that culture, even in that lifestyle. So anyway, that's what it is. So, but like I said, different people, like Sosa, you brought up a good point. A lot of people will explain these same things differently, same way, like how the Bible, you got different pastors that will explain the book of Matthew differently from each other. So I get it, but there has to be a point, even within Christianity and stuff, there's a scholarly area of discussions where that may not readily translate in real time to the general conversations. So this is what we have to create here with everything dealing with Kemet. We have to create that environment where these kinds of discussions are actually happening without the noise, so that we can so we can make progress and get to the nitty gritty of these things. So when you hear people call white people Tamahu, that has to go. Now I know Jabari is one of the people that use the word Tamahu for white people, and I did a whole show on that. That's just wrong. Tamahu is not the word Egyptians use for white people. The word Tamahu or Ta-Mehu are Egyptians themselves. And even if it's a mispronunciation of Chamehu, those are Libyans. There's two major groups of Libyans, the Chamehu and the Chahinu. And then there's a group of Egyptians from the Delta area called Ta-Mehu. That's just it. Or the Mehetiu, more properly known as Mehetiu, which would be the Northerners, but they're still Egyptians. And so what anybody who's saying that that's white people, what they're saying is that Egyptians were white. But if you ask them straight out, do you believe the Egyptians are white? They'll say no. But they'll use a word for Egyptians and say it means white people. And it just doesn't. The Mehetiu or the Ta-Mehu, the word Mehu comes from the word that means submerge. There's a crocodile deity called Mehu. And the crocodile deity is so named because the crocodile submerges itself below the water. And so the whole concept of Mehu is it means submerge, or in the case of geography, it means sea level, which is what the delta was. And that's another way of saying lower Egypt. Lower in altitude, it means that it's sea level and not in the elevated altitude, which we call upper Kemet. Lower Kemet, upper Kemet. So the Mehetiu or the Ta-Mehu are lower Egyptians. It's just that simple. The
Hey, what about
Tashmet.
the notion? Okay, so you're right there on the upper and lower. Okay, so is it one perspective I've been hearing is that the notion that the upper and lower was like, you know, the whether it be the north be the south be the north. Like one area held your more sub-Saharan component, and then the other region contained more of the your Levantian, Middle Eastern component. Do you find like accuracy in that, or do you think that's just all fallacious?
No, I mean that's like a natural result. That's a natural consequence of geographic location. So upper Kemet. So first, let me just get an understanding that upper Kemet and lower Kemet deals with terrain, altitude.
Yeah.
So it's not north and south on the map. So the southern part of Egypt obviously is bordered with modern day Sudan. And so that would be closer to what has been demarcated as sub-Sahara Africa, whereas Egypt itself is considered North Africa. Like the whole country of Egypt now is considered North Africa. So obviously its southern portions are closer to what's now called sub-Sahara Africa. And the proximity, we remember they didn't have planes and trains and automobiles. So they did everything on foot or by boats and things. And so it was everything that was adjacent. So any contact with a foreign neighbor would be whatever's closest proximity. So the northern Egyptians' closer proximity of any external interaction would be the people coming from the Middle East. And obviously the southern Egyptians' closest neighbor would be the people south of Egypt. So that's just a natural.
And upper and lower, they were still fluid though, right? It wasn't necessarily North Carolina, South Carolina.
No, well,
how they operated, you know what I'm saying?
Well, nah, actually, it is more like that, but it's bigger. It's regions. So like I wouldn't say state, but I would say.
I'm just trying to give an example of, you know what I mean, just split.
No. Yeah, I know. I'm saying so I'm saying, to use your example, it is kind of like that because the lower Kemet was Ta-Mehu, and then southern Kemet or upper Kemet was Ta-Shemau, and they made that distinction. The Egyptians themselves made a distinction between the two regions because it produced a different environment physically, like in the geography in their physical environment was different. One was swampy, had access to a lot of water, it was at sea level, and so on and so forth. And then the other one was very narrow. It was a valley surrounded by a desert and hills and not a lot of water until the Nile flooded itself. And so that lifestyle and everything like that, and the proximity of the seeding of people and that interaction did produce two different regions. But like the United States, is 50 states as one confederacy called the United States. The Egypt did the same thing. You have 42 nomes or Sapat or Sapwet, as they would say it, combining. You had 21, you had 20 and 22 in their respective regions, and they all united. They recognized a confederacy, and that was called Simatawi. But they did, and there's traces of two, at the very least, two prominent languages that come out of that. So there's evidence that there was two major regions that were distinct enough to be held as two, and that's why they called the country Tawi. They never used a word. Well, I said never, but they named the country a word that kept up the duality.
Was the chief Neteru the same, or would it be different in upper and lower, or it didn't matter, or it would fluctuate? You know what I'm saying? Like if it did fluctuate, would it be due to tension, or would it still be fluid?
Now every gnome had its local deity or deities, and then you have layers. So you had the more confederacy, united pantheons. Then you had your local ones that are not as popular. And so like the main ones, Atum, Ra, Heru, Usir, Aset, and all that, they pretty much fluid throughout the whole kingdom. But then you have ones that are more localized.
All right. Okay. So where does best come? Where does best come in at?
Best, you don't see much of Best throughout the entire 3,000 years. Like
Where did it come from, then? Because I remember like Chief used to be like, "I'm best reincarnated." That's what we like Egypt. Like where did that come from, though?
Yeah, I that's a good question, because Best is not one of those ones that people look into a lot or study or even talk about a lot. But when mentioned, he becomes a whole conversation piece, because Best is reflected in a frontal depiction, not in the profile like all the others. Similar like Het Heru in her cow form with this whole full face. But Best is a little is interesting, because Best may not be an original Kemetic deity, like coined and conceived.
Yeah.
And plus by being a dwarf, but Best was used as a protector in childbirth. And then the way that they depict Best with the tongue out and full frontal face, and it being a dwarf or short and stuff like that, it's interesting, with leopard skin, all this other kinds of things. So that's interesting, but I couldn't have a full on intelligent conversation about Best, so I would defer that to somebody else.
Yeah, because I never heard anybody talk about that. It's like I only know about it through like
years. And that's including me. So that's why I don't touch on Best. When somebody bring up Best, I'm like, oh, okay. I don't really touch on Best, but I'm fascinated. So I may do the knowledge on Best. And I'm into Best. See, Best and Taweret and Het Heru and these like kind of on the outskirt type deities, they're very, very fascinating. And I don't like to talk about them until I do my due diligence.
For sure.
Yep. So I'm just familiar with Best, but not to the extent where I'll talk about it. You talk about all the others, I'm good. Even Satuk, how does Satuk become this evil deity? You know what I'm saying? Like, what kicked that off? Like, why? All that. See, I'm ready. I stay ready on all that. But Best, nah.
But when they had the different local, it never was an issue. Like you ain't see like I don't know the name, but like so and so beefing with like one got set and the other one got somebody else, and there's an issue. You know what I'm saying? Like it didn't go down like that.
Nah, not really. Not really at all. Because I mean, once we understand what the deities were to them, then you'll kind of understand why they wouldn't have any conflict. Like there wouldn't be too many conflicts of the gods. Now, I'm not saying there were never any, but it wasn't prominent like that.
Yeah.
It definitely wasn't prominent like that. There's certain ones that would not, like they were respected in their areas. Now, just like today, if a Jehovah's Witness knocks on your door, you mess around, just slam the door and be like, I'm not having that in here. But that's proselytization. I'm saying the idea of trying to proselytize and stuff was not something that was done like that.
So what about the Akhnat situation? Like what kicked that off to where it was, like basically like haram, you know what I'm saying? Like it was, you know what I'm saying? And what he did was so controversial, and you know what I mean? Like what kicked that off to where it was that much of an issue when he was.
Man, that's a whole series of shows right there, because Akhenaten's situation, and I'm not exaggerating, Akhenaten's situation is layered into administrative conflicts, political, what we would call today political things, and ideological. So it's multi-layered in that, you know. So there was a lot going on. Like, you know, I don't know people kind of realize what was actually going on in Akhenaten's time period, and why the switch. Because remember, he wanted to move the capital to Armana, and then as soon as he leaves the scene, they move it right back. So that was a blip. That was a blip in a lot of things. He was doing things that touched on a lot of different layers of the society and stuff, and it caused a lot of stirring the pot. A whole lot.
So would that be like first evidence of like more of a trying to and put a totalitarian type rule to where, you know, it was restricting the choice of its citizens, and you know what I mean?
Nah, like I said, it's more so like administrative, political conflicts, serious conflicts, you know. And I'm trying to think of a comparison today. It's like, you know, Democrats versus Republicans, and then, you know, we follow that, but we're not directly you know, affected by it directly, but indirectly we are, that type of thing, where it happened with the priesthood of Amen, the Amen priesthood and stuff, when they got powerful. You gotta understand, and see, that's what I said, it's a whole long conversation, but even the idea of priest itself is highly misunderstood, because a priest, the words in Egypt, the Egyptian words that's translated as priest, is several different words, but they're all translated as priest. So we think priest, like priest, but they're not just priests. They're not priests. These are people with important jobs. And today, if I had to retranslate the word, what people are translating as priest, I would say essential worker. Because in today's vernacular, we understand what an essential worker, especially during the pandemic. An essential worker is a person who does a job in such a way that the community depends on that job. And so you become an essential worker. So even during a pandemic, you still have to do your job. And so a priest in Kemet was essential workers, and their jobs, a lot of people depended on and relied upon and stuff like that. They were very important. So these are people with very, very important jobs, and there's different functions. So you have different kinds of priests. But when we talk about it, we translate it all as priest, like a wab. People say wab priest, sim priest, but the word sim doesn't mean priest, and wab doesn't mean priest. It just doesn't. Wab is a word that means to clean. It's like a janitor. But we translate, we say a priest. You know, I'm just saying.
Plus, the further you go back, you know, folks didn't just have like one main occupation.
Oh, and that's a good point, because the so-called priests were seasonal. They would do their important function as a quote unquote priest for, let's say, 2 months, and then out of the year, and then the rest of the year they do their so-called secular work in farming or whatever. And so they had to punch a clock seasonally. And so a priest wasn't always a priest. Now there was some priests, like you had the high priest. The highest priest is the king. Hemeth, or his majesty, Netcher, the high priest, and you have different layers under that.
You got to be on deck.
Yeah.
You got to be accessible to the king at all times. Yeah, so that's exactly. A little different.
The king was known as Etiquette, which means the doer of things, literally, but that doesn't mean that literally. What it means is the person who was in charge of rituals. Etiquette. which was a person who was in charge of rituals, but they call it doing, the doer of things, or the practitioner of things, and those things were the rituals. And the king was always the king. There was no time off on that. And so but I'm saying what brought that up is I was talking about the Amen priesthood and stuff. These are people, it's almost like the union in the United States, where it becomes so powerful that where one or a small group of people can control the union of workers, and their work is a society type of job. So let's say the entire electricity company workers just decided to strike. They're like, I'm not going to work. That means the whole United States will be crippled in electricity and power if these workers were to just walk off the job. And imagine if one or a small group of people controlled their behavior and convinced them to strike or to do something. Can't have that. So I mean, that's a kind of rough example, but I'm saying in ancient times, you had people that had very important jobs, and they could get persuaded or controlled by a very small group of people, whether we want to say elite or not, and that was a danger. And so that was rebutted or resisted. And so you have the Amun priesthood and these other priesthood that reflected a little bit like what I'm saying. And that's what people have to understand. So it's not always about, see, the gods mess it all up. When you say Amun priesthood, well, Amun is a god. So, and then people don't think about it, what I just said. Like people wouldn't really think of it as a union strike of workers that the kingdom depended on. And the king is not having that. How are you going to usurp my authority as king? And you are a priesthood. And so that's where the battle between kings and then the Amun priesthood, where the power, the shift in power, and some of that caused the intermediate, during the intermediate period, we have the eternal fighting and arguing
with the priesthood and
the king. Certain aspects of the king, of this, to the kingship and the priesthood. So much so to the point where rumor has it some kings were taken out. Tununk Amen. I ain't gonna point no fingers, but Tununk King Tut, the scandals that we hear about some of the kings, like King Horemheb and I, who came, after King Tut and stuff. There's some controversy right there. Because remember, King Tut comes after Akhenaten. Go ahead.
One more thing, little different switch. The incest.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Sorry.
Oh shucks.
Yeah, go ahead. It don't make. Yeah, go. Yeah, like
no. Go ahead. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, I was kind of like so that, like, the king married the queen. It was sometimes ceremony, but also, like, didn't they also find there were some actual ancestral relationships?
Yeah, they say that. Yep, some incest things going on. So there's arguments.
Was it status quo, or was it? Or you see, it was more of an anomaly, like, what I'm saying? Sometimes it, what I'm saying, sometimes it was this, but most of the time it wasn't.
Yeah, any existence of that was not the prominent thing. Nah. But it's more of a how kingship was passed on. And matter of fact, people in southern Egypt to this day, they do that. The people that call themselves Nubians today, in the Nubian village of southern Egypt right now, that live near Aswan and stuff, they intermarry because they, in their culture, their view is, if they don't do it, they're gonna breed out of existence. And so within their group, they marry very closely related people, first cousins and brothers and sisters or whatever. And so
without any
so
effect to the genetic pool, like there's no.
yeah, it does. Over time, it does definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, it definitely does because it's too close. They call it centimorgans. Are so high that it messes the gene pool up, and then it produces the chances of these different traits showing up, and it produces these different defects and stuff.
That's why they say Tutankhamun, they say his ankle was, kind of, lame or whatever they want to call it. But I was only just, I don't want nobody to get me wrong. I wasn't coming up in here with the spirit of arrogance or anything, but that was a question I would ask just based on how we started out the whole conversation and sticking to the topic.
Well, yeah, well, no, that's no, I mean nobody can avoid that. That's there's people that show that or talk about that incest, but then there's some things misunderstood as incest because of how the word and how the language is being interpreted. We have the word for sister and wife they use interchangeably, and people think that the wives are their actual sisters and stuff. So there's things fall on the both sides of that sword. Even with men, you got brothers and people think that they're gay, and I'm like, man, it's just wrong. Wrong is all outdoors. The word, because here's a play on the word. The word for the nose is sin. The word to kiss is sin. The word for brother is sin. The word number 2 is sin. And so there's a play on these words because your brother or your sister, the sister is the feminine form of the word sin. Sin is sibling, masculine is brother, feminine to be sister. But it comes from the word sin, like why sin 1 and 2 is a double. And so your brother was actually seen as another you. And we even use that semantics today as well. When we call each other brothers and sisters, we're supposed to see my fellow brother as myself. Therefore, I'm going to treat him as I would want to be treated myself. That's supposed to be how it goes, but we don't do that. But that's how it was back then. Your brother was another you, was the other you, coming from a parentage. And so out of the parents, I'm born, and then another one is born. And that's my sin, which means sibling, which means second.
Then it just supports what you've been saying because you were speaking on a topic like this, but you said we use the word bro or brother, but we don't really mean it. You know what I'm saying? So
Yep.
you always make a full circle in your conversation, and that to me that just shows a consistency.
Well, it's connected. It's connected. We take a lot of things for granted today, and we don't realize how much of the things we do today that are very, very ancient, but it's just expressed differently. But because the form has changed so drastically, we don't recognize it. We don't recognize we do the same thing. Like I gave a couple examples already, of things that we still do. And that's just it. Like, I gave the example of that one, the brother sister thing. And it's a couple of things that like I was saying, okay, for example, the idea of pursuing knowledge is a downward in terms of spatial proximity. The pursuit of knowledge is a downward movement. And I hope y'all know what I mean by that. Everything that we express to really, really know something is always down. So we say, man, that's deep. And the word deep is something down. And we'll say, man, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I'm going to find out the truth. I'm going to get to the bottom of it. See, that's going down. Or man, I understand. Where you understand. So you're standing under the issue to see under it. Then you say, I'm going to get to the heart of the matter. I'm going to get to the nitty gritty. You know, so the pursuit of knowledge is a downward movement. And it's been that way in the human psyche for a long time. And so in ancient Kemet, they expressed it. And in modern day, we express it right now. But if you don't know the different forms and how to connect the dots, you will never think that we do the exact same thing the ancient Egyptians did. You would never think that, you know,
Sure.
and that's just, and I can go through a whole lot of examples. That's why the word for heart, ib, is the essence of something. To get to the heart of it, go down, where to go down and investigate. Even in the Bible, when God wants to investigate stuff, he's always going down, and people interpret that as God being in heaven and heaven is up. But that language is the language of human psyche, period. Exactly. To find out something, you're going to get down and dirty.
Yeah. They say drill down.
Yep. I'm going to drill down into it. Yep. Drill down.
Yeah, it's also there, in terms of psyche, you make me sick.
Yeah.
To bring about, like, because that type of it brings about that gut visceral response, like when something actually makes you ill.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm so mad I can vomit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh man, I cringe. Like he make me throw up.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. So these are long lasting human psychological elements that a lot of cultures express, but in their language and in their way, but we can match it up. And I will go as far and say the whole idea of deifying is global and it's long lasting and it's done today. But it got hijacked by, the Abrahamic prominent systems to where you can't identify the connections and stuff. So it's like, man, God is this spook out there in heaven somewhere interfering with man's affairs, but he never kills the devil. He comes to earth as his own son to sacrifice himself to convince himself not to put people in hell, to forgive them from the original sin created by creatures he created. It's just silly as all outdoors.
Yeah, it's complicated.
Yeah. But that got hijacked. So now we don't even see the process of deification and what that was. And I'm gonna tell you, just like writing didn't exist and they had to invent figurative expressions to survive and to transmit, well, guess what? The process of deification served the same purpose. It has nothing to do with spooky stuff. It's just to identify what's important. It's a value system. And the most important thing in any linear hierarchy is God, is that God. So it's several. So the most important thing in any category is the God of that category. And so this is taxonomy and ontology at its best. And that's how ancient peoples did it. Somewhere along the line, there was a major shift. There's a major shift, and now we don't see it that way. And I blame it on the whole Abrahamic movement, the push, the conquering. Remember, that came around at a time of a lot of travel, conquering, and a lot of that. From the Romans, the Roman Empire, these empires.
I was gonna ask, do you blame it on the Byzantine Empire?
Well, all of that, like whenever you have large conquering activities where empires are spreading out, where kingdoms turn into empires and they start to move and spread and conquer, you're going to have these major shifts, these paradigm shifts. Those are the moments of major shifts. And so the Byzantine, the Persians, the whole Arab conquest and all these things, the Crusades, even slavery, the transatlantic slave trade is a major empire-ish movement, from the Papist bulls to the results of slavery, all that stuff. These are major paradigm shifts. And all we got to do is just trace it back, connect the dots, and we'll see what changed. And then we have to properly look at everything in its proper context. And so it's really, really hard with the whole God concept and anything associated with religion. Because what's religion today wasn't religion in ancient times. It was actually science, but expressed figuratively. You know, if I want to if I want to scientifically describe thunder and lightning and what causes it, I'm not going to use figurative language to do it. I'm just going to tell you that the barometric pressure is this, and the temperature and whatever. I'm just going to tell you electricity in the cloud builds up, and the atmosphere does this, and the spark of lightning, and then you hear the sound. You know, I'm gonna say it in a certain way today. But in ancient times, they would explain the same thing, but in a figurative way. And if you don't know better, you're going to think the figurative way is what they thought literally. And you got stupid, crazy stuff like the devil beating his wife is the cause of thunder and lightning.
Yeah. No, they say when the sun is shining and it's raining.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's a fact. That's a fact.
That was a Scarface rap.
Yeah, when rainbows, like people couldn't explain rainbows. And people, man, but think about this though. Imagine back in the day, the first volcano experience of a population. Because volcanoes and earthquakes happen periodically all throughout, the Earth's history. But there are periods of time where any given area, it doesn't experience it for so long that it goes out of the memory of that group. And so when a new eruption happens or earthquake happens, they can't reach in the reservoir to explain it. So it becomes a new unexplained phenomenon, and then they got to start over.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think that's what happened in the Bible with I forgot how the story goes, but it's about the group of people who, like, God was on top of a mountain and they try to go to that mountain and they catch on fire. If we trying to get close.
You kind of sound like the Tower of Babel a little bit, but where they try to build a tower to heaven.
I think it was in Genesis.
Yeah, like Genesis 10, 11, Genesis 11.
Probably. I ain't read the Bible so long.
Boy, you mixing up two different. You mixing up probably the pillar of salt where the lady turned back. Look at this.
Nah, that's before that.
Yeah, well,
I saw one, but I think they said they was telling them not to look up to the mountain, and there was God was there, and anyone who tried to get to that light or touch the light would burn or something like that.
Not quite familiar with that one, but you sound like it's close to the Tower of Babel, and it's close to when it says no man has seen God and lived, and then Moses goes up to the mountain to get these tablets from God. But he talks to a burning bush.
I think it was somewhere like in the second chapter or something like that, but I can't remember it like that.
Oh, but yeah, I'm just saying though. Imagine when your population, your cultural group that you belong to, no longer retained the information that explains something, you have to start over. So if you don't remember earthquakes, and it's not in the cultural memory of your people anymore, and then an earthquake happens, you have to come up with an explanation for that. And you can't dig into the records because it's out of memory. So I'm saying that to say that groups of people learn to save information, and they invented figurative expressions and storytelling and all kinds of ways to remember things. remembering is a very, very popular and very important commodity of the ancient world. Memory, whether it's information or whether it's people, because that's a matter of survival. If you don't remember how ferocious a certain animal is, or how an animal likes to live in a certain area, and you don't know that, then you are in danger.
Yeah, when you look at, it was killing people for this ain't not too that long ago. Seizures. Like seizures, people didn't just start having seizures. Like back in the day, shoot, man, that's the demonic spirit. Like they gonna kill you.
Yeah.
What that was. For real.
No,
Yeah.
but I wanted to say, if I could real quick, the hippo,
Mhm.
you know, is big, is fast in the water, and it's
Yep.
dangerous.
Yep.
It'll tear you up. They kill a lot of people.
Yeah,
That's
know?
why
they
it's
kill more people than sharks.
that's why the hippo is part of the amalgamated animal on the image that I
Right.
see. The
Right.
hippopotamus is a part of that. They were known as ferocious animals that were a danger to the Egyptians themselves. The
Very
lion.
territorial.
Yeah, you get close to hippo, you'll realize why that's why it goes down like that. They're very
Yeah,
territorial.
hippo and a crocodile, boy. If you get snagged in the water and that crocodile start twisting, that's a wrap.
You know.
It's over.
Yeah, it's
I'm
the
showing my age, but I don't know if y'all remember that game, Hungry Hungry Hippo. You know.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep. Hungry hippo. Hungry hippo. Yeah, I remember that. And they don't play. They don't play. I was gonna say something. Dang, it was. Oh man, it was something. May remember.
Hey, but I'm gonna get out of here, man. You know, we'll get up next time. Good
All right,
build.
yeah,
I
man,
appreciate
I'm about to close it out. I appreciate you coming through. Good questions, man. So we got to build more because, like I said, this I'm gonna do a series. I didn't have a specific thing this time, but I'm gonna try to narrow down to some specific misinformation. But if anybody got suggestions of things they may have heard and want to be addressed, then man, shoot it to me or anybody in our Facebook group or whatever, man. So just do that.
For sure.
Yeah. But so yeah, I'm going to shut it down. It's 1:00 and it's a weekday in the middle of the week. But I was going to say something though, man, about that memory and how important it is. It's a matter of survival. But anyway, I mean, I think the point was made. Remembering things was very important. It was to ancient people. Oh, and so that's what I was going to get to. So you have to think about the like, if like writing, to invent writing and for it to become successful and to stay in use is like a very, very, very big thing. It would be equivalent of like 100 Nobel Peace prizes, today, because writing completely changed everything to be able to store information in a visual format, because writing is the visual representation of speech. And so to invent that successfully is genius all out the wazoo. So they deified that. Jehudi is the lord of Medew Netcher, and the document takers, or the people who actually document that, are the Seshu scribes. And so Jehudi becomes the patron deity over the scribes, and with Seshat being the feminine patroness over all of that. And so that was a huge, huge thing. So much so that the deities, if you think about it, all of the Netcheru are illiterate except for Jehudi and Seshat, and maybe one or two others. All the rest of them don't read and write. Like, think about that. If you ever read text, I don't care if you could read the Sesh or English translations, whatever. you're going to find that all the deities, whenever they need to be communicated to, is never in writing. Jehudi stand there and he has to recite. He has to read to them what is written. Even in the judgment scene. Hold on, let me show this again. Oh, well, it's not in this portion, so you're not gonna be able to see it. But if you look at the other parts of this text, you would see that once a person goes through this weighing ritual, this ritual that you see on the screen, a report is given to some other deities. And Jehudi is the one who relays it to them. But he's the one reading from what he's writing to them. He's reciting it to them. And then based on what he says to them from the record, then they make a decision. And, it's just not in this picture here. Maybe next time I'll show that scene. But y'all can check it out. Just look up the scenes of this, and then the scenes come right after. Okay, but anyway, anybody else have anything closing? Because I'm gonna shut it down.
No, just thanks for letting me chill with y'all and chop it up or go back and forth, converse.
All right, no problem, man. Everybody's always welcome, man. This we want to keep a forward progress, and sometimes we have to pause and deal with nonsense and stuff, and then push ahead. And that's what it's about. This series, we want to deal with misinformation. I've heard quite a bit lately. Things that don't make sense.
I know we're wrapping it up, but I tried to challenge you a little bit to try to see what you want to do, because I know you're a little bit more fluid and stuff like that. And it just a critique. It seems like we go over it and over it and over it again, like in a certain, which is good for me because I'm slow. I'll admit that, but I get it already. But it seems like we're going over the same thing in a circle. I say that with respect.
Yeah, listen, I have to go, because if it was completely up to me and I had no regard for anybody listening, I probably wouldn't talk about 50% of the things that come out of my mouth. Like really, because my mind is on other things. Like I'm already at the point of tapping into the genius as a resource, and not this trivial feel good stuff and noisy stuff other people talk about. Like, I could care less who wins the argument of whether Egyptians are black or not. I really could care less. Because I don't care what color they were or what color people think they are. It's their genius that matters. Everything else it's irrelevant. Because they're not here today. The civilization is in ruins. We have a plethora of things that left behind. Let's use it as a resource, see what we can use today. That's it. What we can't use, put it in the closet. What we can use, bring it out and use it. That's what we do with stuff now. Everything in your house, you don't use everything in your house. Things you don't use anymore, you put it in the basement or the garage or the attic, or put it in storage somewhere. Things that you still use, you use it. That's it. And so that's for any civilization. And we're not Egyptians. People believe that. We're not Egyptians. Egyptians are gone as a culture. Whatever identifies them as Egyptians, that's done. Now, obviously, the gene pool, obviously people had children. So obviously the gene pool and you got to remember, the Egyptians was never a homogeneous group of people to begin with, but whatever demarcation we could put around that, of course, those genes tumble and survive. But the culture, nah, we're not even river culture. So that's a dream. People believing that they're Egyptian, they're not going anywhere with that stuff. It's just not happening. So, yeah, I'm into some other things. If it was up to me, but like I said, certain conversations I do not have, because there are prerequisites to it. Even some of the stuff I was saying tonight, even about this picture that's on the screen, there's a lot of people who will not see this as a psychoanalytical tool because they're not up on, taking the trying to get the realities behind the figurative expressions. They don't even know this figurative because they got a conflict there, and I prove that all the time.
And yeah, and you do. But I think the conversation was more, it had the spirit of trying to trap you into something. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's the energy I got from it. They was trying to trap you into some pseudo-ness, some spookiness, and just trying to make you defend it. But you did what you always did, stay consistent, and painted the picture how you always painted, and gave the analogies and things of that nature. But to me, that's how I took it. And I was like, man, this is over and over again. But I was trying to be like respectful and stuff, and just listen, be a student, Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, it's gonna get there. It's gonna get there. The conversations are gonna get there as people learn and stuff. Like, I'm all for people studying and learning. Yeah, and it's gonna get there because certain things that I say now that 2 years ago I would probably be more hesitant to say, because I know that if people are not ready for the conversation, what it's gonna trigger. Like that ancestral veneration conversation, boy, that's a doozy. There are people who convert to African traditions right now that kind of conversation will not sit too right now with people, because they're still in a learning process and a conversion process of that. Divination, ancestral veneration, all of those are on my plate to discuss. But I guess it'll take some time to get there, because not what people think. Sacrifice shrines, leaving food, sacrifice stuff for ancestors. What ancestors are? What are spirits? Are ancestor spirits? If so, what contains them? Where's the demarcation to differentiate two different ancestors? If they're both spirits, what distinguishes them, the two? If they get in too close of proximity to each other, are they just going to emerge? Are they just a ball of energy? Like, what makes them distinct? I could just ask a list of questions that will just reveal and expose the logic flow, and people will be able to detect and dissect where the inconsistencies are. And it should cause people to rethink and reanalyze what they think they know.
Exactly. And that would be a good thing to see. I'm not saying do it on purpose, because obviously, you're a teacher and you have the spirit of being humble and things of that nature, but it would be good to see that demonstration.
Yeah. I do have a conversation in very small circles. Like, I have a lot of friends who are into African traditions. My daughters are Isheshe practitioners, Ifa, initiated in the various different tenets in Isheshe, went through several initiations and all this and that. So I'm very, very familiar. Although myself, I was not a convert. I didn't convert or deal with that. And so I have a lot of friends around associated with that and other traditions. And I have certain conversations with them, kind of testing the waters over time, and I say things, and they end up being really good conversations. And some of them understand, like for example, something I said tonight. I said the straight line, straight shot purpose of ancestral veneration is rooted in memory. That's the entire point of ancestral veneration, is to remember. And by remembering, the person is keeping the ancestor alive in the minds of the living. And that is called the afterlife. And so the longer you can do that, the longer their immortality survives. The moment that a living person no longer remembers a deceased person, that deceased person ceased to exist. This is basic logic. You can't exist if no one is aware of you. And this is a very, very African phenomenon, so much so. And like I said, I can explain all of this. It just takes a long time. So we can dedicate shows to this stuff. But in a nutshell, it connects into the name, what a name really is, and how a name is really the identity, which is really a definition of a thing. And so the moment that limiter, which is what a definition is, to define something is to place a limit around it. Once that limiter or border or barrier is destroyed, what's inside it becomes unidentifiable. And for this reason, we can explain it biologically. For this same reason, when you get your DNA sequenced, your autosomal or nuclear DNA, your admixture, when people talk about the percentage, if you go back 5 generations, by the time you get to the 6th and possibly the 7th, no one can be identified. There's nothing to identify. That's why your autosomal DNA can only go back 5 and possibly 6 generations. It cannot go back any further than that, because the resolution of distinction shatters. It blurs into nothingness. There's nothing to identify. To distinguish. And so that's the same thing that happens, with names. When that definitive border of identity is blurred and evaporates and decays and evaporates, the thing that was once identifiable becomes emerged into the ocean of formlessness, and that's non-existence. And in Kemet, they describe this stuff as Nu, the deity Nu or Nun, or this thing Nu or Nun is this formless, infinite, and eternal substance, for lack of a better word, in which things come into existence from. And how they come into existence is to place a limit around something, and then it is distinguishable and identifiable. Therefore, that identifiableness is its name. And we think of a name as a word that we give to something, but no, a real name is a thing's existence itself, because that demarcation that makes it a thing apart from all the ocean of formlessness. And so when people go back into that state, they cease to exist. So remember, Nu contains non-existence, and existence comes out of it. And it's a lot to explain, but that's how the Egyptians conceive it. That's how they conceived it in their consciousness, in their psyche. They explain it. There's nothing beyond Nu. Nu is the furthest back you're gonna go. Everything comes out of Nu. Nu is the ultimate ancestor in the sequence of how things come to be. And the process of coming into being was deified by a scarab beetle named Keper. Keper is that process of coming into being. So it's and this aspect of what I'm explaining is experienced by every human on the planet. Because I'm gonna give you a real example. So Donnie, prior to me ever come in contact with you, and prior to you ever come in contact with me, I did not exist to you. And the moment that you perceived me and could distinguish me from the ocean of non-existence, I therefore came into existence to you. And so that phenomenon right there of me not existing to you, but yet I exist, is explained. And so it's like, you are, the center of your own, perception. Like everything that you perceive comes into existence, in and out. And so memory plays a big part of that in terms of keeping ancestors alive. And if you build a shrine to an ancestor, nowadays we do much more than that. We have pictures, we have murals painted and built for ancestors and stuff like that, statues and everything. However we do it, the goal is to remember. Even the ritual of fixing a plate of food, like if you have a family of 4 and a grandparent passed away, you're going to fix 4 plates for your family and a 5th plate for the past ancestor that's deceased. The fact that you do it is an act of remembering. And you're going to always remember it because you're fixing an extra plate all the time. And so what you're feeding is the memory. That ritual of doing it is you're feeding the memory. You're actually continuously remembering the person who actually lives in your mind. They're not going to eat the food. And a close ancestor will live on the physiological side as well. They're in you because you inherited part of their DNA. So physically, they're influencing you because DNA gives the instructions to build proteins for the body to function. So that ancestor's physical aspect is influencing you, and then the ancestor's other aspects influence you as well. And so this is where you get the word affect, or this person who you cannot see still affects you. And it's the effective ones that are called Ak and Aku in the language. So these are the effective ones, and they live in the effective place called the Aket. And so the Aket is entered into the West. So when you die, you go into the West, you go into the underworld. The underworld is the subconscious and in the memory of the people in the living. And it follows the path of the sun because the sun physically does this stuff. It sets in the West on the right-hand side of the Egyptians, and then all of a sudden it pops up on the left. So it gets swallowed up, and then it gives birth. And it depends on how it's explained. Sometimes it's swallowed by Nut, and then she gives birth to it in the morning. It travels along her back, and she gives birth. Sometimes it travels along the back of a cow or with a cow. And then sometimes it is remanifested or carved into a ball or circle by the beetle, Kepler, who brings it back into existence. So it's different ways that they explain this stuff, but it's connected. If we connect the dots. But anyway, so people are gonna really need to think about it. And another thing I say is that that's connected to this conversation though, but it needs to be thrown in there somewhere, is the fact that siblings do not have the same ancestors. So Donnie, do you have any brothers and sisters?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you now. I said, do you have any
Yes.
Okay. So I'm talking about full brothers and sisters, like with the same, both parents, the same.
Yes.
Okay. Like you and your siblings, you do not have the exact same ancestors, biological ancestors. You don't have the same ancestors.
How is that so if we both have the same mother and father?
Because the way that you inherit DNA from your parents, you don't inherit the same blocks of DNA. So you get 50% from your mother and 50%, roughly 50% from your father and roughly 50% from your mother. And your sibling does the same, but your sibling doesn't get the same 50% from both parents as you do, even though both you all get 50%, but you don't get the same 50%. And so whatever genes you inherited some genes that your sibling did not. And those genes that you inherited may be on portions of the chromosomes and stuff like that your parents got from their parents and so on. And so if you don't inherit them in that it didn't come down in the 50% you got from them, but it did in your sibling, then guess what? You and your sibling have different ancestors connected to you.
Okay. Makes sense.
And that changes the game on the whole conversation of ancestral veneration as well. Because see, now we know, ever since 2003 when the human genome was mapped, now we leverage that and use it, and we could reanalyze a lot of things. So the idea of having a family worship an ancestor or venerate an ancestor collectively has to kind of get tweaked and changed a bit, because not everybody in the family has the same ancestors. They're not connected like that. And so the idea of influence, physical influence, is changed. It has to change. So you have certain ancestors in you as your blueprint to your bodily functions for DNA that your sibling does not have, and vice versa. So ancestors are influencing you that are not influencing your siblings. You know, but now mentally, psychologically, they can influence, because that's in the memory, that's in what you know, what you know about them, and that can influence your decisions. Just because your ancestor, even if you're not biologically connected to them, it could be your fourth great grandparent paternally, but because you know about them and what they did, that may influence you to make decisions to do the same thing. Therefore, they are affecting you. But it's not a physiological or biological effect. It's a psychological one. And so that's a different thing. So all of these things had to be evaluated and things and upgraded into what people do today. But in a tradition is different than a culture. A tradition is a snapshot at any given moment of a culture, and people get stuck. A culture is a living thing. It keeps up with the real time. A tradition doesn't. A tradition is like a freeze frame. And then some people get locked, and time goes on, but they get locked into that tradition. And when traditions overwhelm the living, adaptable aspects of culture, it poisons the culture. It sickens the culture to where the culture collapses or becomes vulnerable to pathogens called invasions and other ideologies that destroy it. And that is how a lot of cultures on the continent come to the state that it's in now. Because people get stuck in traditions and not feeding the culture. They feed the past snap, because tradition by definition implies past tense. Culture is a continuum. It's living. It's forever adapting. It's a tacit agreement among the people on how they solve problems, and all the list of things that make a culture culture. That's supposed to be living. And this will be the last example I'm gonna give. The difference between a tradition and a culture. So I'm gonna use you, Donnie. If you were on a cruise ship and somebody throws you overboard on the boat, you can't take a snapshot of how you live on the boat and then take that into the water with you and try to live that way, you have to adjust. You have to hold your breath, or better, you have to have some scuba gear and stuff to survive in the water. But if you try to live in the water as if you were on the boat breathing air, you would die. And so that's what tradition does to culture when it gets overwhelmed. People try to live in the past when the culture needs a real-time adjustments and adaptations. And so when the past, people trying to live in the past overwhelms it, it becomes sick, weakened, and vulnerable.
Mm,
And so
well
us
put.
as African Americans in America trying to find identity, we are converting to African traditions, and many of them are not keeping up to the pace of the real-time culture. And so it's almost like we're setting ourselves back. And now we understand why, because we have this gap and this void of identity crisis. And so we feel compelled to convert. We leave Christianity, we leave Islam, Judaism, all that kind of stuff. And then we set our eyes over in West Africa, and then we become West Africans, but yet in a non-West African environment, trying to cling or convert to a tradition that even in West African standards is a tradition, it's past. But by definition, it's a past thing kept current. So it's like taking a picture and then just keeping it instead of watching the real movie, the real-time movie, you know? So almost like YouTube, there's a lag between you and I having this discussion in Zoom, but on YouTube, there's a lag. So imagine if I'm staring at the, or if I pause the video and I push pause, the live video, I push pause, the live video kept going, but I'm pushing pause and I'm just staring at one part of the conversation, and I'm doing that for like 30 minutes. I'm going to miss the live conversation. And that's what happens with traditions. I mean, I'm over exaggerating, but that's the essence of the difference between traditions and the culture. You know,
I get it.
yeah. So, and I'm saying this for everybody listening too. So that's the kind of conversation we need to have. You know, I had this conversation a few times with people, but we need to bring that up again and reassess. And that's what people are afraid to do, reassess old things, because you got two sides of it. You have people who don't want to reassess and update. People want to keep things as they were in the past. And then you have people who, that if you did update a tradition, they demonize you and say, and try to hold you to the old ways. Like I give you an example of that. And I know I'm going to go with that. A Nation of Islam is a perfect example. Nation of Islam was born in the early 1900s, like 1930, somewhere around there. And it was born out of a certain condition in society and had a mission, and it did what it did, you know, from the beginning. And as time went on, it unfolded, it did what it did. In more recent times, the Nation of Islam started to change up. A perfect example is Scientology. L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology. You got people who demonize Nation of Islam forever, being associated with Scientology and all that kind of stuff. And they want to stick to Message to the Black Man, Theology of Time, and the lessons, the 1 to 40, 1 to 36, and all that kind of stuff. They want to just boom, that's it. But yet you want Nation of Islam to kind of upgrade and deal with Scientology and deal with some other things, and people demonize on both sides of that. And so that's an example of damned if you do, damned if you don't. And so likewise with these traditions, same thing happens. So, but all right, though, I am definitely gonna be shutting this down. I see. So let me say, I appreciate everybody tuned in, man. I put the link at the top. So in case you did not see it sitting right there in the blue, the panel link, you missed it. So next time, just look for that panel link. And if you want to join the panel and chime in on the conversation, please do. Everybody is welcome. And all that good stuff. So, but I appreciate anybody in the chat that's watching, tuned in. Hope you enjoy the conversation. If you don't, tell us why. Come on the next conversation and say, remember what you said last week? Well, I didn't like this part. Do that. It's all good. So I see Sean. Yeah.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Now I'm just shouting out a few people. So I see Sean or Any Haret, Kalfani, Sutek, Desharab, Brother Mathis. I'm just scrolling up. Jolanda, I know she's in here. She was in here.
Brother Zane.
Zane was in here or is in here. I can't see who's in here now. Everything is everything.
Right here.
Majay El Boabab. And then we had somebody from London just now. Who's that? Fitz number 1 is in the house. RG or Argi, Ars, Dua Hotep. Yeah. So let me see, Sean. So Sean says, yeah, Islam is around, but they are more solid than Yoruba traditions culturally. Is that right on time, Mr. Allen? So yeah. I mean, my point, I'm gonna like, do a specific topic of tradition versus culture. Because I kind of mentioned it in passing quite a few times, but I want to have like a definitive conversation about that. And I think it'd be a good conversation to identify the differences between what we call traditions versus what we call cultures, or a culture. We could pick a culture and look at the traditions within it, and then just analyze what the difference is and stuff. So yeah, anyway, hopefully we could do that, because I had a couple of these conversations before. It's interesting. It's interesting, man. The feedback that I get from people who are diehard folks. I mean, it's nothing to really argue. It's a good conversation to have, and it's respected. It's appreciated on both sides. I appreciate the insight. I got people from Ghana had conversations with. I got people from Kenya, people from Nigeria. And I'm not talking about converts, people who are born and raised here and then, get initiated and convert. I'm talking about people who born and raised and come up and all this and that. Like they breathe and they sweat their culture from birth. It's interesting. So, all right. So I'm gonna say peace, man. Hopefully everybody has rest of their night. I know West Coast folks, you still got a couple of hours, but I'm gonna say peace. So next time, so today Wednesday, our next official show is gonna be Friday, Freestyle Fridays. We're gonna get into the language a bit and all that good stuff. So I'm gonna say peace and Shem Hotep.
Showtime.